Ma'am, Dr. Sara, ma'am, Suresh, Dr. Suresh,
Sir,
yeah, ma'am, how are you, ma'am?
good morning, sir. I'm fine, sir.
So,
We
thank
just
you.
reached our permanent campus for the session, sir. Today is
Oh,
our director's retirement.
yes, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, yes,
So,
ma'am. Mm-hmm.
yes, sir.
Okay,
How
nice.
are you, sir?
I'm fine, ma'am. Suresh, be able to hear me, Suresh? நீங்க மியூட்ல இருக்கீங்க.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. Ma'am, Suresh is my friend.
Okay,
Gypsum.
sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I
Ma'am.
was a tutor when Rajan sir was a faculty there at Avmc 20 years back.
Okay.
Good morning, sir, madam.
Good morning,
Rajan,
Dr.
sir.
Ujwala.
No,
Good
Ujjwala,
morning,
ma'am.
Kalvani,
Morning,
ma'am.
ma'am.
How are you, madam?
Fine, fine, ma'am.
Thanks, ma'am, Ujjwala, ma'am, for joining, accepting our invitation as a chairperson.
Thank you so much, sir. It is my pleasure.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Sir, we will have offline participants also, no, sir, in the lecture hall or somewhere. Our target audience.
UGs கொஞ்சம் பேர் இருப்பாங்க மேடம். Majority
Yes.
are faculty, ma'am. Around 450 are faculties, 150 are students.
Okay, sir.
ஒரு
இல்ல இந்த
council.
participants list ல 10 like that it is showing, no, so offline if they are present like that I was.
நமக்கு தெரியுது only panelist, ma'am. நம்ம
Okay, sir.
delegates தெரிய மாட்டாங்க. ஏன்னா அது கன்ஃபியூஷன் ஆகும் இல்லைங்களா, சவுண்ட்லாம் வரும்ல.
Yes, sir.
இது வந்துட்டு ஒன்லி பேனலிஸ்ட், ரிசோர்ஸ் பர்சன் அண்ட் சீஃப் இது சேர்பர்சன்
Okay, sir.
ஆர்கனைசேஷன் டீம் மட்டும் தான் இதுல இருப்போம்.
Okay.
அதுவும் தனி லிங்க், அவங்க தனி லிங்க் கொடுத்துருப்போம். அவங்க இதுல வர மாட்டாங்க.
Okay, sir.
ஸ்டில் அப்போ சின்ன கன்ஃபியூஷன் வரும். என்னக்கா இந்த ஓவரால் சேம் டீம் அவங்களே மியூட் பண்ண மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க.
எஸ் சார் சார் அந்த மியூட் ஆல் ஆப்ஷன்ல போட்டாலும் at times we may not be able to talk also.
அது ஒண்ணா தான் நம்ம மியூட் பண்ணணும்.
Sir, should I share my PPT to you in case I am not able to share? You can open like that.
இதுவரையும் இது இஷ்யூ ஆகல மேம். இதுவரையும் we did not face anything like that.
Okay, sir.
உங்களுக்கே அவங்க ஆப்ஷன் கொடுத்துருவாங்க, நீங்களே ஷேர் பண்ணலாம்.
Okay, sir.
In case that is there, அந்த டைம்ல நீங்க ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க, பாத்துக்கலாம்.
Yes. Yesterday also we had a function, sir, farewell function. Today is handing over charges to the next in-charge director.
Okay. Who is the next person, ma'am?
We are yet to know.
Right. Officially declare ஆகவே சொல்லக்கூடாது.
Officially declare ஆகல சார். ஆனா மோஸ்டா தெரிஞ்சவங்களா தான் சார்
இருக்கிறாங்க. Okay, right, ma'am. Good.
You shifted to your new campus, madam?
No, madam. For the farewell function, yesterday and today we are here for our director, sir.
Okay.
We will be shifting by October, they said. First batch alone is shifted, sir.
Okay.
And they are going to be interns from June.
Where you are there, that is your office. Going to be your office.
இல்ல சார். This is civil engineers office. AIMS Madurai engineering team office. This is the project cell office. So administration, all the administrators are here. Our temporary campus, Ramanathapuram Government Medical College, sir. So any board meetings, interviews, official schedules, we will be coming here.
Yep. Okay.
It is 120 kilometers from here, sir.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yesterday I was supposed to go back to Ramnad, fearing this net issue. My home, we have good net connectivity, sir.
Okay.
So I thought first initially today was the scheduled farewell program. Then since today charges has to be handed over, they preponed the function yesterday.
Okay.
Now the van from Ramnad will start at 8 o'clock.
Okay, ma'am.
To come here for the farewell function.
To bring everybody there. Yeah.
So I cannot travel. I will be already. I had exchanged once, so I stayed back and I came early at 7:45. I reached here.
Yes, ma'am. Kalavani, ma'am, you are ready, no?
Yes, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Kalavani is the MC, ma'am.
Yes, sir. When should I share the
They will
slide?
introduce the chairperson and they will introduce you, ma'am. Then you will share, ma'am.
Okay, sir, please give a short introduction. I don't have much
Dr.
profile.
Suresh is going to introduce you.
Suresh
Okay,
is
sir.
introducing. Then Suresh
Yeah.
should decide.
Yeah, Dr.
Okay, you
Suresh.
start, ma'am. You start.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, distinguished delegates, and participants. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the final day of the 6th International E-Conference, BMS Econ 2026, organized by the Departments of Anatomy, Physiology, Biochemistry, Arupade Veedu Medical College, and Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, deemed to be university. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed remarkable academic exchange aligned with the theme Beyond Microscope, Transformative and Future Strategies in Basic Medical Sciences. As we step into day 3, we look forward to another enriching lineup of scientific sessions and the much awaited valedictory ceremony. We begin today's scientific session with a fascinating topic, seeing anatomy through virtual eyes, strengths, challenges, and way forward. I now request the moderator of the session, Mrs. Soumya Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Anatomy, Avmc, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of BMS Econ 6th International Conference, I welcome you all for the Day 3 conference. So I, Ms. Soumya Ganesan, Assistant Professor from the Department of Anatomy, Arupade Veedu Medical College, Puducherry. We'll start the first scientific talk by Dr. Sara Ramurthy ma'am from AIMS Madurai. Welcome you, ma'am. For this scientific talk, we have two esteemed chairperson with us. First, I would like to welcome Dr. Ujwala Banarkar, Associate Professor, Department of Anatomy, AIMS Kalyani, West Bengal. Madam has completed her undergraduate from Government Medical College, Nagpur, Maharashtra, and postgraduate from SVN Government Medical College, Maharashtra. Madam has more than 10 years of teaching experience and having one patent. Madam has awarded 2 gold medal awards in Somakhan 2 at Rajkot, Young Research Award 2020 from Institute of Scholar. Madam has positioned in Executive Committee member of SOMA. Madam has published 6 books and 3 digital content. Madam has published more than 56 research journal in both national and international. Also, Madam has invited speaker and resource person at various national and international conference and workshops on medical illustration, video editing, and image J software. Welcome you, ma'am.
So much. Thank you.
Next, we would like to welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. P.S. Suresh, sir. So, sir is currently serving as a professor and head of the Department of Bioscience and Engineering at the National Institute of Technology, Calicut. Sir has obtained his undergraduate from the Christian Medical College and postgraduate MSc degree from the JIPMER, where he graduated as the top ranking student and was awarded the prestigious Dr. Ramani Pulimud Gold Medal and Satyabhama Murali Rangarajan Gold Medal. Sir has completed his PhD in 2010 from the Indian Institute of Science, and also Sir has completed postdoctoral training in the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology at the Medical College of Wisconsin. Sir also authored over 70 research articles in reputed international journal, including Nature Medicine, and has impact factor exceeding 337.75. Sir work has also been widely presented at national and international conference. He has received numerous award, fellowship, honors, and served as an editorial board member of several scientific journals, as well as member of various international and scientific societies. Sir also visiting professor at Tokushima University. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I request to both the chairperson to commence the scientific talk. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think it's my great privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for today, Dr. Sara Ramamurthy. Dr. Sara Ramamurthy is currently serving as the Assistant Dean, Academics Administration and additional professor and head of the Department of Anatomy at AIMS Madurai, Tamil Nadu. She has an impressive academic background, having completed her MBBS from Tanjavur, MD in Anatomy from JIPMER, and a Master of Medicine in Family Medicine from CMC Vellore. She has also pursued specialized training in medical genetics, reflecting a deep commitment to advancing medical science. Dr. Sara is widely recognized for her contributions to medical education and clinical genetics. She has been invited as a speaker and chairperson at numerous state, national, and international conferences and has served as the chief guest at prestigious events such as the 44th National Conference of the Association of Anatomists. She has played a pivotal role in organizing international conferences, including the Next Gen series at AIMS Madurai, focusing on cutting edge topics like genetics, oncology, and neurogenetics. Her academic contributions extend to authoring book chapters, reviewing leading medical textbooks, and serving on editorial and advisory boards of reputed organizations. In addition to her academic excellence, Dr. Sara has been actively involved in curriculum development, research collaborations with premier institutes like JIPMER and IIT, and mentoring young researchers. She is also the creator of copyrighted Python-based software, SomatoCal, showcasing her interdisciplinary innovation. Our areas of interest include clinical genetics and medical education, and her dedication to both teaching and research continues to inspire students and colleagues alike. Today, she is going to talk on the topic entitled Seeing Anatomy Through Virtual Eyes, Strengths, Challenges, and Way Forward. Today, we are truly fortunate to have her with us to share her insights and expertise. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Sara Ramamurthy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful introduction. Actually, it is more than my talk itself. Thank you, sir. I would recollect my memories with Avmc in the year 2006. I was a naive intern out into the society, graduated from Tanjore Medical College. I began my journey as a tutor at anatomy department at Arbari Vidu Medical College. I am grateful for the opportunity Dr. Rajan sir had given me. He was a faculty then. During those times, what PG would be taking will be the question by the faculties. I would say I will never take anatomy. So life has various twists and turns. So I took up anatomy, and now it has become my passion. I'm seeing Dr. Yogesh sir also in the field. Sir, to err is human, to forgive is divine. I will share my few knowledge about the virtual anatomy practice that I had come across, so that it would be useful for the delegates and students who are attending. Can I share my slides, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Suresh, you make your camera adjust பண்ணுங்க. You just adjust your camera. Good. Nice. We are able to see your slides, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So to begin with, first I would schedule my topic. Sir, I'm not able to change the slide. Yeah.
You are able to
My
see.
talk would proceed on these following headings. First, we will see the anatomy teaching landscape which we are currently practicing, and then we will proceed on with the various availabilities of virtual tools for teaching MBBS as well as other health professional students, which would be scheduled under these headings: app-based, AR, and virtual reality. And then I would like to share my journey into this virtual anatomy field. What are the evidences, strengths, challenges, and how we can overcome that. So as we all know, anatomy by traditional method we used to teach through cadaver dissection. It is the hallmark method of teaching since 16th century. Then came plastination. Plastination specimens are permanent one, but still we have certain comparative factors, advantages to cadaveric dissection. And then we all know that we learnt from Atlas's textbooks, which has a 2D appearance. We teach anatomy through surface anatomy, and we also do the prosected specimen for the revisions and other teaching methodology. The routine one is chalk and talk. Now we have both the chalk and talk as well as PowerPoint presentation and all. So through osteology, what are all the growing challenges? As we all know, we are bound under NMC curriculum, and COVID had made the availability of cadaver a challenge for the entire world teaching anatomy. So based on the NMC norms, all colleges are not getting the possibility of having adequate cadaver, surplus cadavers for teaching their UG students. So that results in the declining of the cadaver availability. Second thing, formaldehyde toxicity and occupational hazard. I had come across many of our field faculty who had many health hazards, even cancers. I had come across from faculty who had been constantly exposed to formalin. Hence, this serves as a very strong challenge which we are trying to overcome by various methods. Apart from that, emotional and religious resistance among students to handle cadavers. And we all know that once we dissect, when the specimens are going from hand to hand, the actual relation to the original structures is getting disturbed, and there can be only limited repetition when we have the cadavers. And then if we are having teaching from books, we are teaching them 2D methods. So this doesn't give the spatial understanding for the cadavers. So as we discussed, COVID had given a major challenge in procuring cadavers. Before COVID pandemic at AIIMS Mangalagiri, we used to get at least 10 to 15 cadavers per year for embalming. As I know, I was there for 3 years after COVID pandemic. We got only one cadaver during that for embalming. That became a highest challenge to have cadaver availability for teaching. So, and NMC curriculum, year by year, we are having competency-based medical education methods, which demands student-centric learning, with the ratio of cadaver to students, faculties to students learning, changing every time. So all these challenges gave us a possibility to look for other alternatives. During COVID time itself, we were changing our method of teaching. But before even COVID time, we had several other methods which we will be exploring one by one. So initially, we all would have heard about virtual dissection table. We will be coming to the topics in separate thing. So there are many brands like Anatomage, Sectra, Perago, Cadavis. I'm not here to promote any brand, but I would like to share my experience with handling these brands at various institutes. Next, we have the 3D anatomy apps. These will come across Visible Body Atlas. There is something called Complete Anatomy through Elsevier, and there is another one called Biodigital Human. We'll see in detail after this. Apart from this, we have our augmented reality, virtual reality platforms, which are being followed across various institutes in the country. Of which I would like to mention about HoloLens and Oculus Quest. Then we have the era of AI. Now everything is AI. You ask a question to UG students, next moment they will ask the question to ChatGPT and give the exact answers. So all 50 students would be having the same answers together, which would always raise the doubts for the evaluators whether it has been got from the same source. So these AI assisted learning had made job easier for students, but still there are certain limitations. So next, to read histology and embryology also, we have digital apps like whole slide visibility, Q path, and primal pictures, which we will be coming across. So virtual dissection tables can be installed in the dissection hall. There are various brand tables. Most of them will have the same features except uniqueness for certain. Some brands will have the original cadaver images being scanned and made into slides. Some brands have the 3D recreated images. So based upon the need of the institute and financial thing, they can proceed on with any brand. So coming to this, I'm not mentioning the brand name, but this is the most of the brands will have this common facility, a multi-touch HD display screen for the length of the human body, which will have real cadaver CT or MRI data reconstructed in 3D. So this would facilitate the student to do a layer by layer dissection, skin, fascia, muscle. There would be some options, hide, fade, like that in the corner of the screen, which would facilitate the student to go one by one layer to give the real feeling of dissection. And it will have thousands of preloaded cadaver image. The body of the cadaver would be imaged through CT or MRI, and it would be reconstructed. So everything like we see the image in CT scan or MRI scan, we will be able to see the cadaver images, original cadaver images with the real color one. Also, if that particular cadaver is having some pathology, we will be able to make out also. And then this the extra point for virtual dissection table is it can facilitate multiple persons using at the same time with interaction capability. There are multiple options. Probably all the faculties would come across these virtual dissection table in any of the conference stalls which had been explained, and many colleges have this installed at their college. So where all it can be used, principally for anatomy labs, we know certain aims, they have it in the simulation labs also, where they would be planning surgeries. Before surgery, they would like to do a small hands-on practice like that they are using. So this one, not just for teaching during the dissection hour, it can also be used for conducting quizzes and other methods of evaluation. This next thing which we came across, I had personal experience with handling virtual dissection table, but this touch of life technology is one which when we googled I was able to know about this. So this is comparable to the Anatomage virtual dissection table, which has a real body data set. So it has been adopted in private and deemed universities. I would like to open this link to just show the demonstration. Sir,
You click, ma'am, it's not coming.
yes, sir.
Otherwise, then end the slide show, then click, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Then slide share would be done.
Instead of a full screen, you
Okay,
can,
sir.
there you can click, ma'am. The hyperlink ஆயிருக்கா, ma'am?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
Ma'am,
this is, can you see now, sir?
No, ma'am.
Sharing.
you have to out of the full screen mode, then it will the link will open.
Okay.
Full screen எடுத்துருங்க.
Just press escape button. open the PowerPoint and press escape button, Dr. Sara.
Yes, sir.
Or you can complete, ma'am. At the end, we can do this, ma'am. That also.
Okay, sir. I'll show all the links at the end, sir.
That's also correct.
Yes. Yes, sir. I would be sharing all the links with the organizing committee so that all can be going through those.
You proceed, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you proceed, ma'am. Yeah.
Now you can see my slide.
Oh, yeah, we are able to see the slide, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So the touch of life technology link I would be sharing with the team. You can use it later. Other platforms for virtual dissection tables, which we had come across in various conferences and few other colleges. They include Sectra, Pirago, and Cadavis, which are virtual anatomy tables. Apart from that, we have one method called Z-Space, which has mixed reality and haptic feedback for the students to have the real cadaver experience. Apart from this, Primal Picture is one other software for the 3D related teaching, which is comparable to Visible Anatomy Atlas. So app-based 3D anatomy tools. The difficulty we felt with the virtual anatomy table initially was the students would be able to access that in the dissection hall, but then when they wanted to have it in their mobile, it became difficult. So we explored the possibility of mobile-based tools in which right from so Elsevier is providing this complete anatomy platform where we can see the layer-wise dissection in iPad or their own laptops. It will be given institution can purchase it and give the subscription based on the number of students. Based on the students, the financial expenditure also will differ for each college. So this is one of the widely adopted anatomy app in many of the Indian institutions. The link I would again share. Human Anatomy Atlas. This is one thing which I had personally seen and we are using it. This is called as Visible Body app. This when I started using it was possible only in the Android phone and it was able to be purchased. But when I introduced this at AIMS Mangalagiri in my first lecture class, I was telling the students this is 2500. You can purchase and install in your app. By the end of the class, morning 9:30, I was taking the lecture with this. And by afternoon, all the students had in their mobile installed. So they are smart and techie friendly. They installed it and they had started studying it through this Visible Body app. Next, we have this biodigital human app, which is again based on the subscription. The price would differ. Individual subscription can be done as well as teacher-based subscription or institute subscription. The price would differ. Like Visible Body Atlas was individual subscription 3,600. Faculty subscription would be 35,000 approximate, and institute subscription will go in for 2.5 lakhs like that. So biodigital human and anatomy learning. If we all just for the delegates, if you Google these app name itself, you are getting links for usage and YouTube videos, how to be purchased. When we send the mail, they send the quotation. So all these are available as 3D apps which can be useful for the students to read at their ease. Anytime they just sit for a tea, they can open the app and read anatomy for the convenient revision. So this is one advantage from the cadaver. Like cadaver, we can revise only in the dissection hall, but these apps bring the cadaver to their fingertips. So next is augmented and virtual reality tools in anatomy. which we were trying to procure Microsoft HoloLens for our institute at AIMS Mangalagiri and AIMS Madurai. Initially, it was given for IIT based institutes, more for towards the engineering aspect. In India, it was not available for the medical field usage. There were a lot of struggle for us to proceed with, and then they integrated this into ultrasound. HoloLens technology was integrated into ultrasound machine. So we were able to show some demonstration for the students at AIMS Mangalagiri. HoloLens has now, Microsoft HoloLens has now stopped their market for India. They are going for other methodology, the person said. Apart from that, we have Holo Anatomy, visible body AR. This visible body AR is one thing. When installed in our table, when we show it on the flat surface, it will create a 3D cadaver on the table itself. It will give the appearance, the cadaver is lying in front of you, the skeleton, the system, everything. I would be demonstrating that visible body at the end of this thing. So there are other augmented reality software based teachings, AR surface anatomy, Akuane AR, and the low cost option is Zygo body and ShareCare smartphone apps. All these are user friendly, but they have to be paid and used. Otherwise, mostly Android versions permit other method of thing. Apple phone or iPad will have, you should have to have the paid version. So next we have the full immersion in a virtual anatomical environment through virtual reality device. I had come across this device at DY Patil Institute of Medical Science in Mumbai. They have an excellent simulated lab where they are using these augmented virtual reality equipments for teaching both anatomy as well as clinical subjects. So this MetaQuest is one like when we go to malls, we see 8D and 5D lenses. Like that, it is possible to use this device for teaching anatomy. In India, I haven't seen in any institute, but abroad medical colleges, they use this institute. So Anatomage also has a VR device. Apart from that, we have Nova Surge VR and 360-degree panoramic dissection videos, which are available for free in the YouTube. When we were speaking about this usage in the national conference, I would like to share my experience in the upcoming slides. Next, coming to the AI devices that can be used in the integration of anatomy education. AI powered Atlas. So deep learning creates a patient-specific 3D anatomy from CT MRI data, which can be used as a personalized models for each student. The student can access this kind of AI Atlas through just if you type AI powered Atlas generation, it takes on to you for the link where you can explore the possibility of this method of learning. Sir, is my video opening?
No, ma'am. Video is not opening.
No, ma'am. Ma'am, what we can do, you finish the session,
Yes,
then
sir.
you can come out of the full screen, then every link you can click and show us, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Sir, is my PPT seen?
Yeah, we are able to see the PowerPoint, ma'am. Slides. You can continue, ma'am. Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, I'm not able to see my slides.
Then you come out and then again share, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Stop sharing.
Now, sir?
Yeah, you are sharing, ma'am. I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are able to see, ma'am.
I had shared.
We are
So
able to see.
next, for the AI method of teaching, we have one another concept called conversational AI tutors, in which the students can actually talk with this chat GPT. It can conduct quiz, and it is like a personal teacher teaching them, customizing as per the student's need. Next, we can see this real-time structure ID. These are AI labels anatomical structures during virtual dissection, which provides instant quiz feedback and clinical context. It will identify whether the student is performing, and it would give a feedback also to make the student improve better. This method is possible in learning analytics. So the real-time structure ID is something like HoloLens and complete anatomy, similar to that. Learning analytics is one software where we can track the student progress. It identifies based on the quiz and other things. It identifies the weak areas of the students. It is like a precision education in anatomy, which can be customized as per the student's need. Next, we have the histology AI. Dr. Yogesh sir will be handling more about this in his session. So there are something called as Path AI, which will be useful for whole slide images, teaching microscopic anatomy with AI guidelines. It is mostly used for pathology. We can teach anatomy also using these softwares. And then there is another thing called as DALI. So this creates a high quality custom anatomical illustrations for lectures instantly. I'll connect the YouTube video later for explaining that. So apart from this, what all are possible additional digital tools that can be used in making teaching easy for this current generation students? We have the virtual microscopy and digital histology, which we saw in the very beginning as whole slide imaging. So all these terminologies, when we type, we can get the individual explanation about that and how to purchase it and how to use it for the students. Embryology simulations tools. This embryology simulations tool is one, actually it was eye-opening for certain, because in embryology we always used to imagine things when we were UG students. But now when you can see the embryo growing in front of you through these 3D apps, various apps that are available. Primal pictures is one thing where you can see the embryology video. Apart from that, several authors are coming along with the 3D videos. Several book authors are coming along with the 3D videos for demonstrating better understanding to the students. These can be used for explaining the imaginary concepts which we are teaching in the embryology. Then coming to the radiological and cross-sectional anatomy, DICOM viewer we have used for teaching radiology, I think. It gives a 3D appearance for cross-sectional teaching, cross-sectional anatomy, where the student can be bridged between the clinical cases and gross anatomy, not just seeing only read the normal X-ray in plain X-ray. They have excellent platform to learn about the radiological aspects through these softwares that are available for free or paid version in the internet. So my journey with virtual anatomy is a very small journey. I had tried using these HoloLens visible body app in my teaching right from my SRship. I was exploring during my SRship. I implemented it in while I was a faculty at the Pondicherry Institute of Medical Sciences, where neuroanatomy was always a struggle, particularly thalamus, hypothalamus, all those things to imagine. It was difficult. So I started using this visible body atlas in my class sessions, and the student gave very good feedback to that. It was, they were able to understand better with that atlas. So it gave me a pathway to integrate this virtual tools into the conventional cadaver teaching during for first MBBS at AIMS Mangalagiri. Initially, we were in the temporary campus, so that time we had used this app for teaching. Later in during COVID, around 2021, we had the virtual dissection table installed at AIMS Mangalagiri, which was kept into use for various clinical departments also. So students had an experience of learning the anatomy in the dissection hall, then in their mobile app during their leisure time, and also during the dissection hall hours. Daily we would be taking them for the anatomy recordings and teaching. So at AIMS Madurai, as you all know, we are still in our temporary campus. We are going for our virtual reality lab and cadaver dissection, cadaver skill lab in the new campus. We are yet to install the virtual table, but we have this integrated virtual dissection teaching in their regular through all the apps which I had mentioned. One important one is visible body atlas. Apart from that, on and off, we used to explore the free versions, whichever was available using the digital app. So we have to, though we don't come under NMC, we try to integrate the CBME curriculum as well as AIMS, JIPMER, wherever, whichever has the best method, we just pull in all those things and try to give a better possible understanding for students. So even now government colleges are facing difficulties in getting cadavers. So this served as a boon for it. And we had conducted faculty development workshops also. So when we searched into the literature, this is my small experience. When we searched into the literature out there, it had shown that students prefer virtual atlas, over atlas alone, 86%, and 73% of students had given input like they had improved spatial orientation, and then they had more structure reviews per session, and increased histology lab engagement was possible in 91% of the students. These were the articles that had given the overall view about these digital tools and virtual tools usage across the world. So in India, a study from India, 82% of the Indian MBBS students had found virtual anatomy apps to be useful, and it helped in exam scores. So what is the advantages of virtual anatomy? Strength is unlimited repetition. Without getting the structures damaged, the students can demonstrate any number of times. They can read the same structures and get it done. And accessibility and equity, that is cadaver can be accessed only in the dissection hall, but these apps and digital tools, the student can have the cadaver at their finger times any part of the day. It gives a better 3D spatial understanding, and it eliminates the risk of formalin exposure. I myself had been several times affected by formalin exposure. So I felt this is a better tool, but it's not a replacement. So clinical correlation, it was better to have the DICOM software and clinical data installed into the anatomage or virtual dissection table, and then CT MRI images read through that. So this gives a uniform learning exposure. Like in some colleges, there may not be cadaver availability. So they learn from prosected specimen or mannequins. And some colleges, they have surplus cadavers. Some colleges are blessed with both. So this gives a standardized uniform learning experience, and it will give a uniformity in the exposure to the students across various colleges. And the pre-dissected models, we can work on the apps as well as the dissection table. We can schedule a module before itself, and then we can make it more useful and time oriented efficiently, rather than directly going and searching for the anatomy in front of the students. We can even design a module before that and use it efficiently for the better understanding for students. And as we had some challenges based on the students various religious and backgrounds, this had helped students to engage themselves in learning fully. So coming to the challenges, first and foremost thing what we face is the financial barrier. Not all management or government medical college would be able to install, because most of the virtual dissection table crosses 1.5 crores. So it is beyond reach. Um, uh, these tables are not the easy reach one for many of the colleges. Many of the deemed universities and INIs have procured virtual dissection table. But compared to the virtual dissection table, the app-based subscriptions are relatively lesser. But still, this is again a higher margin. Based on the number of subscription, the thing will increase. So if I want to get virtual visible body atlas subscription for my institute, I am teaching it with my individual subscription. It has to be renewed every year. If I ask for institute subscription for 50 students, the bill comes to 2.5 lakhs. So this is one limitation. And annual maintenance is for any software based installation or teaching, we need to update the version every year. So now the virtual dissection table is, we had a ninth version at AIMS Mangalagiri. Now they had updated the version. So I'm using this visible body from 2017. So every year the version increases. So I have to pay every year for the updated version. That remains a bottleneck. Then net, most of these virtual dissection app are based on the net internet speed. So again, I had to come to this campus for this presentation, because in my place where I planned to present, the net connectivity was less. So power backup requirements is another thing. If you want to teach something in virtual dissection table, the image has to be downloaded from the cloud. So it will take some time. So to prevent that, we have to have high speed net. To support that, we should have power backup, everything. And we need a dedicated IT support. Of all the main thing, this IT support staff, getting them into our dissection hall to be available for 2 hours every day becomes a challenge. Simulation lab, proper simulation lab, not just private college, in government colleges also we face this difficulty. Deemed universities are blessed enough to have a dedicated person posted there to teach these virtual tools, like in DY Patil. So coming to the feedback, teaching methodology and the students' feedback. So they conveyed that the finger feel, tactile feel, which they get in the cadaver is missing, as this is a virtual tool. And it is a standardized one. So it will be, you buy the virtual tool anywhere in the country, it would be the same. But in cadavers, we will see variations. This is lacking in the virtual tools. And most of the students, they just have the superficial learning. For that time, they scroll, they read this, and then they forget. When they dissect and do, they do not forget, and they understand the depth of the subject. And assessment methods for virtual anatomy is not yet standardized further by the NMC. This is one challenge. And it is another difficulty. It is one of the bottleneck. Like some faculties are unfamiliar, and they resist to learn. So this is another challenge for implementing these virtual dissection tools at institutes. And we don't have a formal certification. Like we'll go to workshops, conferences, we attend the workshops, learn and come back. So like if there is any course, certification course we can have, it would be better. And always like cadaver learning is better than, it's not better than virtual learning. That thought comes across between various faculties and PGs. And NMC has not mandated it yet. Most of the INIs have virtual tools, and deemed universities and private colleges. As per NMC, virtual anatomy is not a mandatory teaching. So these are the plus and minus between cadaver dissection and virtual anatomy. The haptic feel, tactile feel, anatomical variations are plus more in cadaver. Rest are better in virtual teaching. And surgical skill preparations is better only in cadaver based teaching. So
Rajaniki ma'am.
Sir?
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Time
Yes, sir. Finishing, sir. Only one more slide, sir.
Yes, okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So virtual anatomy cannot replace cadaver teaching. It can only augment the existing cadaver teaching. What is the way forward at that can be a roadmap for installing these virtual teaching? So at institutional level, we can go in for the virtual tables if financial burden is not there. And if not, institutional subscription can be done for app-based tools. Frequent faculty training and certification can be conducted, and we can use this app-based teaching in resource-limited setting. We can write to NMC from forum to formally recognize virtual anatomy practical hours under CBME credits, so that the assessment rubrics for virtual anatomy competency is standardized. Apart from this, I would share AIMS Rajkot. They are preparing their own virtual dissection table by imaging the original specimens in them with the 3D technique. And then like that, we can tie up with institutes like IIT and create our own virtual dissection table. And we can take it as research for large multicentric randomized control trials, running virtual versus traditional anatomy dissection. So we can do AI-powered adaptive anatomy platforms using Indian patient data sets. So in this cannot be done all the go. It can be conducted in 4 phases. First, budget and planning, then formal curriculum integration, then AR and VR pilot introduction, checking their outcomes and research publication with faculty workshops. And in phase 4, we can do a national consortium contributing to the NMC policy. So these are my key takeaways. So virtual anatomy does not replace cadaver dissection. It only complements cadaver dissection. The scalpel remains the gold standard for tactile learning. Digital tools support. Strong evidence of virtual anatomy based teaching gives spatial reasoning, engagement, and clinical correlation. So we have to repeatedly enroll ourselves in certain faculty development programs where we can update ourselves with the knowledge available. So we must use this technology to humanize, not dehumanize. The cadaver remains our first teacher. Digital tools are a means to honor that gift by learning more deeply, ensuring we carry that the lesson of reverence into our future practice. So virtual tools can be used to repeatedly dissect and learn. To honor the past, we should embrace the future. The future of anatomy lies not in replacing the scalpel, but in giving every student the power to see, explore, and understand the human body. I would like to end my talk with the Tirukural. Tottanai Thurum Manarkeni, Mandarku Katranai Thurum Arivu, which means a sandy spring overflows when dug deeper. So does the wisdom increase with the depth of learning. We should be open-minded to learn all the updated technology and implement in our teaching methodology at any possible level. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Rajan sir and Arpade Vidu team for giving this to share my experiences on handling virtual tools. I'll be sharing the links to Dr. Rajan sir. This can be shared to the delegate group so that they would be benefited seeing all the methods of virtual teaching. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sara Madam, for that insightful and thought-provoking presentation. You have beautifully highlighted how virtual tools are not just transforming how we teach anatomy, but also how we visualize and understand the human body. What stands out is that while technology offers tremendous opportunities, the challenges lies in integrating it meaningfully without losing the essence of traditional learning. Because of lack of time, I have only one question for you, madam. Just one question, just a small question. I would like to know what would be your recommendation for faculty who are hesitant to adopt virtual tools? Because I am myself involved in faculty development programs and I have been conducting various workshops to develop for the faculty development to use these virtual tools for the video editing and the medical illustration software. I had found that there is some hesitancy to adopt these virtual tools. So what would you recommend to the faculties, madam?
Ma'am, I am much junior in this field to recommend. Dr. Yogesh sir will be a better person to give this comment. So it's all about priority, ma'am.
Yeah.
If they take up making students understand better is the priority, they would come to learn.
Yes.
If they just think this is a job, I will take class and I will move off, it's not possible to change individual faculty's perception about the thing, ma'am. So they should, it has to come from within. Self-realization is the key.
Yeah.
If we are not adapting to the developing world, we'll be outdated and we would not be recognized. To be seen among the students as a good teacher, we need to update ourselves like through various workshops and we should take that extra mile to make the effort to learn. It is about the individual, ma'am.
Yeah, totally agree with you, madam. I am sure this session has inspired all of us to rethink and evolve our teaching practices. On behalf of the organizing team, I especially thank to Dr. Sara Madam and the audience for this participation and active learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. But before we share the certificate, just I want to inform for your kind information, ma'am. In AVMC also, we are having the VR lab, ma'am. Along with the teaching learning activity, we include the VR as a part of the teaching learning activity. Plus, we having 4 headset with us, ma'am.
Oh, that is very nice to know.
Ma'am, we have every year we are trying to shift to the campus. Based on that, we are trying to purchase the virtual reality lab. Once it is done, ma'am, once our permanent campus comes, we will be conducting hands-on faculty development workshop in the virtual dissection table. Though we are the newborn baby among all the aims, I hope we would be doing justice to the opportunities provided for us.
Whatever the digital tool coming, Rajan sir will introduce to the AVMC, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and one more thing, VR certification course also it is there in the Swayam, ma'am.
Super, ma'am.
Yeah, in Swam. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we conclude the session, ma'am. Ma'am, Ujwala ma'am, can you see any queries in the chat box, ma'am?
Chat box. What, madam?
And is there any questions in the query box, ma'am? Chat box. Any queries in the chat box?
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
there is no queries in the
No,
chat
no,
box.
no,
Ma'am.
no
Okay,
queries are
since
there.
there is no questions in the chat box, we'll conclude the session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sarah, ma'am, for sharing your profound insight with us. On behalf of organizing team, we would like to extend our honor with the virtual e-certificate and e-memento, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to honor our chairperson also. First, I would like to honor our Dr. Ujwala madam with the
Thank you,
e-certificate and e-memento.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. P.S. Suresh sir with the e-certificate and e-memento. Kindly accept, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, Sarah, ma'am,
Thank you.
Suresh, as well as, yeah, ma'am, Ujjwala, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the
Thank you very
opportunity.
much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that enlightening session. We now move on to our next talk on artificial intelligence and the future of biomedical sciences. I now request the moderator, Dr. Shushmita ma'am, Assistant Professor from Department of Physiology, AVMC, to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Okay. I welcome today's speaker and chairperson. I welcome today's chairperson, Dr. Alka Lekha, and at present she is Associate Professor, Bharati Vidyapith College Engineering, New Delhi. She is a dedicated academician and technology mentor with over 22 years of experience in computer science and information technology. She is heavily invested in bridging theoretical computer science with practical innovation through hackathons and patented research. Her educational qualification, she is BE in computer science, MD University, Rohtak, MTech in information technology, GG, SIP University, New Delhi, and PhD in computer and information science, Visheshwara Technological University. Her key professional experience, Bharati Vidyapith College Engineering, Associate Professor, she is Associate Professor and driving technological education, coordinating FIST and managing training programs. Research experience, big data analytics, data security, computer vision, cloud computing, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. Awards and achievements, holds to present patent in the domains of big data analytics and object detection, and mentored the first prize winning team at the Smart India Hackathon 2019. Life member of Indian Society for Technological Education. I welcome you, and now I will request you to introduce our today's guest speaker.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Mr. Yash to please. He is currently working in Mr. Yash Gupta. He is currently working in Intel. and he completed his he currently working as a computer software developer engineer in Intel Corporation. He is a software developer engineer specialized in cloud computing, big data, he frequently acts as a conference review for many technical journals. He is a good speaker at various international and national level seminars and symposiums. He completed his MTech from University of Southern California and BTech from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University and from Bharati Vidyapeeth Engineering College. He is a key professional, having the key professional experience. He is currently scaling, debugging, and optimizing SAP courses where he is working with SQL integrations, Legion data monitoring, how to move things on the cloud, how to include big data analytics with the cloud, giving many cloud solutions. Her technical skills include Java, Python, C, C++, MySQL, MongoDB, cloud computing, etc. Now I welcome Yash to please present the work.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the introduction. Let me share my screen. Please let me know whenever everyone can see my screen.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, yeah. So artificial intelligence and future of biomedical sciences. Thank you so much for having me. I genuinely appreciate the invitation. And before we start, let me be a little upfront. I'm not a doctor. I have never held a scalpel, never looked at a biopsy slide, and I'm not going to stand here pretending I understand the depth of what you do every day. This is your world, and I have enormous respect for that. One second. Someone has asked to start my video. Yeah. So I'm a software engineer at Intel. I work in software and AI group, building the kinds of systems that are now finding their way into medicine, into biology, into drug discovery. I also sometimes teach. I have had the privilege of guest lecturing at University of Southern California, Arizona State University, University College London in UK, Hong Kong State University, IITs back in India. So when BM SECon invited me to speak about AI and biomedical sciences, I did not want to give a generic talk. So I spent weeks doing something I actually enjoy, which is reading. I spent through Nature, The Lancet, Nature Medicine, plus a bunch of domain-specific journals. I wanted to understand where AI is genuinely making the difference in your fields, not the hype, the actual published and peer-reviewed work. So this is, again, a slight introduction about myself, about my past professional experience. Currently working at Intel Corporation as a senior software engineer. I am involved in the performance optimization of database workloads. I bridge the software and hardware gaps. Recently, with the sudden surge of generative AI, large language models, ChatGPT, Claude, all these software tools, so I've started analyzing where Intel can make the best out, where there is an opportunity and Intel can bridge that gap. Previously, I have worked even at Goldman Sachs, United Nations, EY, held data engineering software developer positions. But today the talk is about biomedical sciences. So look at these two images for a second. On the left, which is Vesalius. In 1543, he opened a human body, looked carefully, and drew what he saw. That was state of the art. That single act changed the anatomy forever. On the right, which is present 2026, it is an image from AlphaFold's prediction. It's the AI model. A machine predicted a protein's three-dimensional structure in 10 seconds. No lab, no reagents, just computation. Both are the acts of seeing. One took a lifetime of dissection, the other took an algorithm and 10 seconds of processing time. That gap between 1543 and now is really what this talk is all about. So I want to ground this in your reality before I talk about any tools or further research. 36 million citations in PubMed, that number doubles every 7 years. If you're running a biochemistry department, just keeping up with one enzyme pathway is practically a full-time job. 200 million protein structures now in AlphaFold database already. Before 2021, we had just about 190,000. So you can imagine the kind of increase in the database size. Built and this 190,000 size of the database was built over 50 years of painstaking crystallography or Cairo EM work. One system generated 1,000 times more in 2 years. Yeah, 37 trillion. There are 37 trillion cells in a single human body. Our psychology students study one cell type at a time, but the body works as a system. Until recently, we just did not have the tools to study the system at that scale as a whole. So simply saying, the instruments your field grew up were built for a world where data was scarce. We now live in a world where data is abundant. That mismatch is exactly where AI can fit in and it becomes useful. So not as a replacement for what you do, but as a way to keep up with the sheer scale of what we know now. So the primary challenge is not lack of data, but it is overwhelming abundance. So let me take 2 minutes to make sure we are all using the same words the same way, because media coverage makes this confusing. At its simplest, machine learning is pattern recognition. You know a system 10,000 ECGs labeled, like normal, abnormal, and it learned what makes them different. No magic, no consciousness, just statistics at enormous scale. The second thing is like the deep learning takes that further. It handles complex data like images, protein sequences, whole slide scans. This is why a computer can now look at a skin lesion photo and tell melanoma or Benjamin, like, or other types as reliably as a dermatologist. That was published in Nature back in 2017. And then there are foundation models, the current generation, like systems like AlphaFold for proteins, GPT for language. There is ConCH for pathology. These are specifically specialized trained models on for this specific purpose, not a general purpose LLM models, trained on massive data sets and applied to these specific tasks. Like they have the domain knowledge. So this is the generation that directly touches biomedical sciences. One thing from my side at Intel, all of this runs on hardware. The reason AI in medicine is suddenly practical is not just better algorithms. It is that we can now run these on an affordable hardware instead of inside a hospital without sending patient data to the cloud. That matters a lot for privacy and for places where internet is not always reliable. AI is learning to see what you see. So let me start with anatomy and specifically histopathology, because from everything I have read, this is where AI has gone deepest and where the published evidence is the strongest. Here is a study that made me quite interested and caught my attention. In 2020, Bolton and some of his colleagues published in the Lancet Oncology. They took a deep learning model trained on over 5,000 prostate biopsies and tested it against 23 pathologists from 15 countries. On Gleason grading, the model matched or outperformed the majority. The error was quite low, not because it is smarter, because it does not get tired, does not have a bad morning, and processes 100,000 cells per slides in seconds. So it is that smart and efficient. But and this is really important. This is not about replacement. The AI handles the volume. The pathologist handles the judgment. It does the inferencing or what takeoff is to get from the trained data or predicted data, whether it is good or not. Ambiguous cases, clinical context, the stuff that actually matters, that still needs a trained human mind, a certified professional. I just want to make sure you know these tools exist, because the augmentation model is what is actually happening in hospitals that we have adopted to develop these tools. So I wanted to show one kind of a live demo or a good resource. So this is a QU Path. It's an open source platform, completely free. Any anatomy or pathology department can download it today. You can go to qpath.github.io, can download for Windows or for other OS also. And it has a very good documentation on GitHub. You can load a whole slide image, analyze the cell detection, and if not, there are a couple of YouTube videos, tutorials you can go through it. But what I can show you is this is kind of the final outcome that you can see. It will detect and it will annotate and analyze the cell detection different areas. So what you would see is within 10 seconds, every cell in the field gets classified. Whether it be epithelial, stromal, inflammatory, gland boundaries drawn automatically. And this is not some expensive enterprise system. It runs on a regular desktop. It does not require any GPU or a very high-end CPU. I was honestly surprised when I found this during my research, something this capable, completely free and open source. So I thought it might be good to share. Your departments could start exploring it right away without any budget approval. There are also commercial systems like Page AI. It's the first FDA-cleared pathology AI platform. But this platform, QOPath, is zero cost starting point. Let me go to the next slide. Revolutionizing biochemistry with AI-powered discovery. From everything I've read, this might be the discipline most profoundly transformed by AI in the shortest time. It has had the most impact. The protein folding problem solved. A 50-year challenge meets the AI. So you know this question better than I do. Given a sequence of amino acids, can you predict the 3D structure? And Vincent showed in the 1960s that the information is in the sequence, but actually computing it, nobody could do it reliably for 50 years. Then in 2020 came the AI era. DeepMind's AlphaFold 2 scored 92.4 out of 100 on a blind prediction competition. For reference, 19 is considered equivalent to experimental accuracy in this. The structural biology community was genuinely impressed. By 2022, they had released 200 million predicted structures, free open access. That is a 1,000-fold increase over the last 50 experimental work conducted. And it won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2024. So I'm not a biochemist, so I cannot fully appreciate what this means for your day-to-day research, but I think 1000x increase is definitely an achievement in any domain. So there was one more demo or like hands-on which I wanted to show, which is AlphaFold protein structure database. So one can go to this alphafold.ebi.ac.uk. I can paste the link after this talk. I have it open already. So over here, like if you search for this protein, I don't know how to pronounce it properly, but it's called ACES. Yeah. If you search that protein, you can find the 3D structure and like its other details. So over here you can see the blue regions and like there are different colored regions showing different model confidence. Yeah, the orange parts are flexible loops, and which means lower confidence. You can zoom into active sites, and you can better study these 3D protein sequences. Getting this structure experimentally would have taken a specialized lab 2-3 years, it is now free and instant for anyone with a browser. Yeah, I would encourage or suggest any biochemist department to make this as a practical exercise. Have postgraduates look at whatever protein they're studying. It helps better visualize and better analyze the structure. There is you can even check a more detailed view where it shows the characterization, names and taxonomy and other subcellular level location and structure details. So this is a useful platform which anyone can use. One quick mention, AlphaFold 3 published in Nature last year goes, it predicts how protein interacts with the DNA, RNA, drugs, ions. There is a free server at alphafoldserver.com for non-commercial research, and you can get access to it using your EDU account. You can even submit your own complexes and it can do the prediction and analysis or create the 3D structure protein. Let me give you some concrete numbers because the drug discovery story can sound abstract otherwise. In Cilio Medicine used AI to find a novel target for idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Scaring lung disease designed the molecule and got it into phase 2 clinical trials. Total time was about 4 years. The industry average for the same journey is 12 to 15 years. That is not a incremental improvement. That is literally a different timeline. So this shows how AI has accelerated the trials and getting it approved into the markets. Even during COVID-19, Benevolent AI used their AI knowledge graph to identify this this molecule, an existing arthritis drug, as a potential COVID treatment. The AI found that this mechanism could block viral entry. It was validated clinically and used in hospitals. That took months, not years. That is how I think we were able to get the vaccines in, I think, 1 or 2 years. Narrowing down the actual vaccine to be tested instead of trying each and every combination. And by the end of 2025, over 150 AI discovered drug candidates were in active clinical trials globally. Because each clinical trial takes a lot of time and there is money also involved. So it is very important that you place your bets on the drug candidates which could actually result in some favorable outcome instead of trying all the thousands of combinations. So this is not future speculation. This is the current state of the field. Signal systems and prediction. Physiology is the science of, this is how I understand, is a science of function, signals and waveforms, continuous measurements. And it turns out that exactly the kind of data deep learning handles really well. So it could be like ECG signals, exploring the hidden information within the electrocardiogram data, or identifying computational indicators for neuropsychiatric conditions, or even discovering a new psychology field, discovering novel psychological insights derived from computational approaches. This is something which I could understand, ECG, because I've seen that. This is something that genuinely surprised me when I read it. In 2019, author Etia and colleagues at Mayo Clinic, it's a big hospital in US, one of the leading research clinics in US, published in the Lancet. They showed a deep learning model could predict left ventricular dysfunction, low ejection fraction, from a standard 12-lead ECG alone, not from an echo. The model found subtle waveforms patterns that are invisible to trained clinicians, but correlate with structural heart disease, patterns in the ST segment and T wave morphology that we have basically been throwing away because we could not see them. Yeah. I'm not an expert with clinical psychology, so I will be very careful with the conclusions. That is your expertise, not mine. But what struck me is that this is essential new psychology, physiology, discovered computationally, and it needs physiologists to interpret it, validate it, and figure out what it actually means for the patients. That part AI cannot do. So the ECG carries hidden information and about structural heart diseases. AI could find it because it is very good at identifying the patterns. Physiologists must validate it. So yeah. So some other findings that I found quite interesting. First was from this paper from Drysdale. They used fMRI data from over 1,100 patients with major depression and found 4 distinct biotypes, each with different brain connectivity patterns, each responding differently to treatment. What we call depression might actually be multiple conditions we have been lumping together. We just could not see the differences without computational analysis at scale. So the most clear language in the world is mathematics, and that is what AI is based off. So it is able to decouple a couple of combination of diseases which can be explained using some mathematical numbers. The second one is Alzheimer's detection from retinal images. This has, I think, become quite common and famous. Multiple groups have shown AI can spot amyloid related changes using a standard fundus camera, not a PET scanner. A fundus camera, if that keeps validating, it opens population level screening during a routine eye exam. So that will become simple like a eye test. The third one is the complete fruit fly brain wiring diagram. It was published in Nature last year. Almost around 140,000 neurons, about 50 million synaptic connections, all mapped. So there is a platform codex.flywire.ai. Codex.flywire.ai. Yeah, using this, that mapping was only possible because of AI. No human team could trace those connections manually. It is a proof of concept what will eventually be done with the mammalion's brain. So you can find the result and the other details over here. So AI is fundamentally reshaping our understanding of brain functions and diseases, leading to new classifications and diagnostic methods. These are the emerging trends. What changes for teaching? This is probably the most immediately relevant part for every faculty member here, be it of any domain. So evolving pedagogy. AI necessitates reevaluating teaching strategies, high order thinking, how to consume. Like one thing is using the AI tools, and the other thing is how to digest the output of the AI tools. LLMs can offload your critical thinking or analysis, or it can rewire your thinking or the process, but one needs to validate whether it is hallucinating or not. It can even help to develop personalized learning pathways. Um, and I think this is the most critical, which we see even in reviewing and publishing papers, it is plagiarism. So it it requires a thorough critical thinking or some new AI devised approach which defines what is AI plagiarism. Is it the idea or is it just the writing? The faculty can explore practical AI tools for administrative tasks, research assistance, and enhancing classroom engagement. But let's deep deeper. Yeah. So this is one practice exercise which anyone can do. So if you can open your like chat GPT and you can ask a very basic question, but if you start drilling down on further complex questions, you will see it will start hallucinating or try to convince you what you're trying to you are wanting it to answer. That is where a certified professional is needed to be able to know when it is hallucinating or when it is not. This is one thing. These are some free tools that any department or faculty or students can use. I've tabulated in the table. It shows like each tool is used for which kind of database, or it helps you in analysis of which protein structure or pathology or even a research paper and other stuff. Five questions that I think some critical questions that will come to anyone's mind. I do not want to be the person who shows exciting demos and leaves without talking about the hard stuff. Let me be direct. So most medical AI is trained on Western populations. It performs measurably worse on darker skin tones. We all know that AI is trained on some data sets, and if the bias exists in the data set, then it could result in some wrong predictions or wrong analysis. So if you're training doctors here in Puducherry for South Asian patients, that gap is your should be your concern, not theoretical but documented. Yeah, for example, when a model says malignant, the doctor needs to know why. The black box diagnoses are dangerous. The field is working on it. So there is some emerging field called explainable AI, but honestly, we are not there yet. So if AI misses a cancer, who is responsible? Is it the developer? Is it the hospital? Is it the professor or the pathologist? Nobody had a good answer yet. So India's framework is not just India. I think globally it is at a very early stage. You would hear very often that there are AI reforms, AI law, some laws and rules being devised globally on the usage and who like responsible AI. So I think globally we are at a very early stage. So we could play a role in defining this this industry or this on the usage in our industry. So education of exam tests pure recall, AI breaks the system. If they test reasoning, AI becomes a prep tool. The curriculum has to evolve alongside the tools. One interesting insight is like nowadays, at least in the corporate or in industry, many companies have started taking interviews with you're allowed to use AI, any platform. So they are that confident that they are testing you on how you use these tools and how you absorb the data. How smart are you with can you work with the AI alongside to improve the efficiency or the output? So access. I work on this at Intel. Running AI used to need expensive GPUs. But remember, GPUs for training, not for inferencing. You can do that even on CPUs. So now Edge Inference lets you run models on a regular workstation, your local laptop. The gap is narrowing down. There are quantization techniques and other, like, this is mostly computer science stuff, but the gap is narrowing. I will not pretend it is closed, but it is narrowing a lot. So some future trends that we might see, or where this industry like AI in biomedical sciences is heading towards. Right now, AI diagnostic already it is FDA cleared. AlphaFold is a standard resource. Over 150 AI drugs are in trials. So students already using LLMs, whether you assign them or not. So this is the current state where we all are using and trying to figure out how to best use LLMs. Next 2 or 3 years, foundation models trained on diverse populations, including Indian genomic data. If you remember when ChatGPT first came, it was mostly in English, but nowadays it comes with different languages within India also. So similarly, now it will be this one limitation that the data set is trained, or the AI models are trained on the Western or different kind of genes. So for specific to Indian genes, based on our history or food habits, it will be able to give better results. So AI drugs hitting phase 3 in digital pathology becomes standard in aggregated labs. And far away, though I will keep this brief because predictions age badly. Every day there is some new discovery. But educated guess could be 5 years. 5 years out, I believe the National Medical Sciences (NMC) will formally require AI literacy in the medical curriculum. Not coding, just the ability to evaluate an AI tool critically and know when to trust it. So another insight that I can give is I spoke with a doctor here in Mayo Clinic. He was the HOD for knee surgery, and here, like he told me, almost 99% of the basic surgeries, knee surgery, are now being done with the AI and robotics. So now they don't require 10 surgeons. Like if there are 10 surgeons in that department, for that, like let's say complexity level 1 out of 10, let's say 5 or 6, they don't require a surgeon. Only they require like specialized surgeon if it's a very complicated one where AI is still not prepared. So the most challenging or the limitation that we are facing is now AI can do surgeries on a like complexity level 1 to 5. So now a manual surgeon, like a surgeon does not need to manually or is not trained on those surgeries. So now how would the new surgeons directly do the complex stuff? It is something like AI will take no need for entry level or entry level jobs. Directly there will be mid level or senior level engineers. But that mid level or senior level engineer was also once an entry level. So the mid level or senior level will become the new entry level engineers. That is the challenge nowadays. How to retain or how to sustain the knowledge that the surgeons or professionals have acquired through doing the basic stuff. Anyways, yeah. So AI is the next instrument. The microscope did not replace the anatomist. It gave them better eyes. The spectrophotometer did not replace the biochemist. It gave them better measurements. The chymograph did not replace the physiologist. It gave them better recordings. So AI is the next instrument. So learn it the way you learned the ones before. I have mentioned some key references and tools that I used to in the previous slides. One can refer to it. As I said, I will share these slides after the talk. Yeah, feel free to connect me over LinkedIn. You can scan the barcode, and the professional who uses AI will replace the professional who refuses to learn it. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. I genuinely enjoyed preparing this, learned a lot about the field and the process. Hope some of what it was useful.
Thank you very much, Josh, for the insightful session, explaining all what AI can do for us and how it is helpful for the doctors to perform better when replace the doctors, cannot replace the surgeries, because AI is, I think that is helpful for the doctors too, where we are taking the second opinions, where we are not having anyone when we are in dilemma, and we can ask the AI to be the friend of ours so that we can perform better. One thing I want to know regarding everything you have discussed regarding the tools and everyone, what kind of accuracy these tools and everything that is giving?
Yeah, sure. So in one of the slides, I had shared that it was able to predict like with 93% accuracy for some cellular annotation, and the benchmark KPI was anything above 90% is actually clinical accuracy. It is FDA approved. So AlphaFold is something that is leading in the or defining the industry or the trend. So accuracy is pretty good. And also what I was sharing a story from Mayo Clinic, most of the basic surgeries are already being done by AI.
And all these tools that you are showing that are available freely, or they are charged, so that if medical people want to buy that particular one?
All of them are free for free and open source. Yeah. Hello.
These all are open source.
Yes, both QPath, AlphaFold, and other databases and sources that I referenced, all of them are free and
it's a nice presentation. Hello, getting my voice?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, all of them are no subscription, no login. Everything is open source, free of cost for anyone to do any research, or yeah, for students, professors, or even industry.
Fine. I want to share some small story regarding this. When I started my journey as a professional, and I have a challenge that my brother is a doctor. He is doing everything from AIMS. Being the second, having the responsibility of the girls child, I face many challenges.
Your voice is cracking.
Because my parents want, again, every child in India wants to become a doctor.
Excuse
So
me,
my
madam, your
journey
voice
from
is
ER
not
to
clear.
DR is difficult, where I am scared of doing the surgeries and all. That's why I don't want to become the doctor, but want after any kind of medical help. So we want to help them. So being an engineer, I want to see how we can help the doctors, help them. So that's why. Hello.
Madam, your voice is not clear.
Hello.
Your voice was cutting.
Just
Sushmita ma'am, you proceed with further now.
Madam, your voice is not clear. So we'll close this session here. And I will like to present the e-memento from on behalf of our BMSC conference to our today's speaker, Mr. S. Gupta. This is the memento, certificate and memento. Thank you. Now I will like to. So the certificate and memento for the today's chairperson, Dr. Olka Lekha. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so
Sharing
much, ma'am.
today's session. It was a nice session. So I am ending here today's session here.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for that insightful session. We now move on to the keynote address, one of the highlights of today's program. It's my privilege to introduce the chairpersons of this keynote session who will be guiding us through this highly anticipated address. Our first chairperson, Dr. Sunita Bharati ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of Anatomy, MGMMC and Hospital Nirul, Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra. Ma'am has a vast experience in the field of anatomy for the past 13 years, and she has been felicitated as Best Professor in MGMMC Nirul 2025, and ma'am has attended more than 35 conferences and attended more than 100 webinars, CME and workshops. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Joining as co-chair, we have Dr. Jakriti Agarwal, ma'am, Professor and Head Department of Anatomy, JNM Medical College, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Ma'am has completed her MS in 2009, and ma'am has 18 years of experience in teaching and more than 15 international and national publications, and also served as a chairperson in scientific session at BMS Econ 2022 AVMCH. We are indeed fortunate to have both our esteemed chairpersons preside over this keynote session. I now request our chairpersons to kindly take over the proceedings. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of BMSC Khan for giving me this wonderful opportunity to chair this session. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this keynote session. I am Dr. Jagriti Agrawal. We are honored to have with us an eminent speaker, Dr. Swaminathan Iyer sir, who will be delivering today's keynote address. At this point, I would like to invite Dr. Sunita Bharti madam to introduce our eminent speaker formally. Over to you, ma'am. Hello.
Thank you, madam. First of all, hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I thank BIMSCON organizing team for inviting us to chair the keynote address. So good morning, everyone. It is my honor to welcome you all to this academic session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce respected Dr. Swaminathan P. Iyer, sir, who is working as Professor, Department of Lymphoma, Division of Cancer Medicine, the University of Texas, MD Anderson Cancer Center, Austin in Texas. Sir, sir received his degree from Bangalore Medical College, Bangalore. He completed post-graduation trainings in 1994 to 95 in research internship from same medical college, that is Bangalore Medical College. Again, he completed 1 year PG residency from Jipmer, Pondicherry. He worked in AIMS, Delhi also. From 1997 to 2000, he completed his clinical residency in internal medicine from Michigan. He worked as chief medical resident also. Received his clinical fellowship in hematology, so many CME courses and conferences related to the leukemia and the lymphoma society in Texas. Sir is the member of so many professional associations like European Hematology Association, American Association for Cancer Research, American Society of Clinical Oncology, American College of Physicians, American Society of Hematology, and Association of Physicians of India. He attended so many conferences and did his presentation in conferences. So, a distinguished academician, researcher, and the oncologist. Sir is here with us to share his vast experience in the field of the oncology. So, with such a rich background, we are indeed privileged to have you, sir, with us for today's address. So, I request sir to kindly deliver the keynote address. Sir, please start the session.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction, Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Bharati. And if I can share my slides. Okay. Also want to thank Dr. Gopinath and Dr. Rajan for inviting me, and my apologies for not giving you a proper time slot because I have been traveling and I'm right now in Singapore. So being able to give a talk in between the sessions that I was supposed to attend. So once again, thanks for the organizers. And you heard a very nice presentation from Mr. Yash Gupta. In some ways, I'm going to deep dive into this and also give you a big picture of what AI is doing. And I totally agree that AI is not replacing anyone. It's a tool that we would like to use. And the tool that we would like to use, at least in the field of oncology, comes in this background that cancer is a genomic disease. And that's where the reference to AlphaFold comes. And I'll show you some visuals of how we have gone from the understanding of Lee Van Hook, who first used a microscope, because this is more about beyond microscopy, to where we are back into looking at microscope and using the AI to describe what we actually see. There are two aspects to everything that we do. That's what we see as humans, that's human vision, and what the computers see, which is computer vision. So this whole idea of this computer vision in parallel to the human vision and how the two can augment together. The second is we have therapies that are very sophisticated. And it's fast and coming in India and a lot of other countries, but it's not any more of the chemotherapies. It's small molecule inhibitors, CAR Ts, immunotherapies, etc. And I think we are finally at the understanding that each patient's tumor is unique. The uniqueness comes from the understanding of the genomic aspects of the disease, but also from a clinical aspects as we deal with patients. Everyone is not the same. Everyone's ability to tolerate therapies is not the same. So there's already that personalization that goes into any clinical decision-making process. So in that sense, systems biology plays a major role. I think that's where this conference, which is structured in the foundational pillars of medicine, right? Anatomy, physiology, and pharmacology. I think where we understand everyone as not just one reductionist cellular process, but it's a very complex biological systems. How can we as physicians use the AI tools to help make this happen? And obviously, this is a good quote from Herbert Simon. The purpose of science is to find meaningful simplicity in the midst of disorderly complexity. So we think that everything is so complex, but how do we gather information from patients, from the bedside approach, and also apply the principles of anatomy and physiology and pharmacology into the things that go wrong in terms of pathology and surgical approaches and medicine. So I want to take you through the visuals of the human genome. The human genome is what started this revolution. This is the karyotype. This is the sky approach. The human genome is highly organized. As you know, the first genomic discovery was actually in a fruit fly. We've gone from four chromosomes to 23 pairs that is represented here, and this is a 46XX. You can see the 2X chromosomes at the bottom. And if you look at it inherently, this chromosomes at the very big picture point of view gives you information from the outset. It tells it is barcoded. In fact, the idea of whole barcoding today that comes into numerical applications and for any items comes from this chromosome. And you can see genes represented. There is the black areas and light areas that represent different genes in each chromosome. And today, the cytogeneticists and doing the fluorescent in situ hybridization utilize this approach. And this approach is at 30,000 feet level of the human genome. But if you deep dive this human genome from the chromosome to the nucleosome to the DNA, each DNA has its organizational structure in a simplistic way as a gene, and the gene has its the component that is expressed in the form of proteins, that is the dogma of life, if you will. And this whole translational aspect is the exon. But you have other controlling elements, such as the intron that doesn't get transcribed. You have the regulatory segments that control these aspects, and there are these chemical aspects of these regulatory segments that control the expression of the introns and the exons, which is called the epigenetics. So all these things have a huge bearing into this process. And in fact, giving some fun facts, if you, Yash Gupta mentioned the trillion cells in the body. If you take the DNA of every cell in the body and you line them all up, it's like visiting the sun 93 times. So there's so much information embedded in there. So how do you how is that impacted the world of cancer? This is the information that comes from the organization of genomic mutations at various levels, at a structural level and also at a genomic level. Genomic mutations that affects the single base pairs of the DNA. On the right hand and the left hand side is a point mutation. So that's one example. There are not many examples, but the point mutation, the changes that affect the single base pairs. And then you have deletions, structural changes that happens, or insertions or extra copies of chromosomes, or translocation where pieces of chromosome move from one area to the other. And good example is BCR-ABL. I'll show you a cartoon of that a little later. Lymphoma is another example of 14-18 translocation for follicular lymphoma. And finally, you also have amplifications of certain parts of the gene. A good example is HER2. HER2 is a gene that is overexpressed. c-MYC is another example of overexpression of genes. All these things lends itself into examples. For example, a point mutation is in follicular lymphoma. One base pair change alone is enough to skew the somatic hypermutation that happens in the germinal center reaction. And then a good example of translocation is a CML, as I mentioned, where a piece of chromosome in 9 gets translocated to the chromosome number 22. So you have this 9q 22q translocation giving rise to this a Robertsonian translocation. And then finally, it's a HER2 is an example of an amplification, but another example is a BMI gene amplification in mantle cell lymphoma. So the genetic control is much more complex. I mentioned that it's not just the transcribed part that is mutated, but you can also have control from a distance. This is epigenetic control, and it happens in two chemical ways. One is methylation of upstream genes or the promoter genes, which controls expression or the suppression of these genes. The methylation is one example, and acetylation are these histones which are wound around the DNA, which gives rise to this double helix structure. And these histones actually make the expression or the compression of these genes through this process called acetylation. And there are these histone deacetylases, and histone deacetylase processes can suppress gene expression and potentially cause tumor suppressor genes to be lost, or overexpression of the proto-oncogenic pathways. So these genetic insults essentially are the ones that create this combination of proto-oncogenic processes and also loss of tumor suppressors. In some ways, if you look at this normal cell, it can look very ugly in many situations. And these genes that are in cancer, there are about 500, 600 genes which can push the cell towards overgrowth. And proto-oncogenes are a good example. So you take the example of a car. A car has a gas pedal and a brake, right? So a gas pedal is when you press, the car moves fast. But what if you keep pressing your foot on the gas pedal? It keeps moving, or the accelerator. In India, it's the ABC, the accelerator, brake, and the clutch, right? So the A part is the proto-oncogenic pathways. This is overexpression to all these mechanisms that we saw. Proto-oncogenes are normal genes, but abnormally expressed in the situation, and it causes the cellular growth. The other approach, of course, is the loss of brakes. And the loss of brakes is represented by the tumor suppressor genes. The good thing about this is, if you for the first time learning how to drive a car, you have the student driver and the steering wheel, and then you have the instructor on the other side who also has access to the brakes, right? So you have two sets of brakes. If the student driver is unable to press the brakes, so you have two sets of tumor suppressor genes. Even if you lose one, you don't lose anything. And if you lose both, This is called loss of heterozygosity, and it can also cause the car to move without any control. So this balance between proto-oncogenic pathways and tumor suppressor genes is what gives rise to cancer. Today, as was mentioned in the previous talk, the AlphaFold gives us this insights into what these proto-oncogenes are, what are these tumor suppressors, how can we drug the proto-oncogenes so that it can stop the car, or how can we enhance the tumor suppressors like p53 and many other genes that can make the car to stop, right? In some ways, the cellular growth to stop. And I think in some ways, all these behavioral aspects of what we've learned in the proto-oncogenic or tumor suppressor pathways that drives the tumorigenesis gives rise to from a cellular level to the communications between the cells and also the entire body as a systems biology gives rise to this dysregulated cellular signaling. And this dysregulated cell signaling with time is what is going to give rise to the concept of cancer. And this is encapsulated very well in the hallmarks of cancer. And I would encourage all of you to read the Hanahan and the Weinberg, the hallmarks of cancer, which was first described in 2000. Everything that we know in cancer, all the behaviors was compressed into 6 behavioral aspects of cancer, and then subsequently into 10, and then in the latest iteration in 2022 was about 12 behaviors of cancer. So it's proliferation through growth signaling, cell cycle control mechanisms, the loss of apoptosis, and angiogenesis. And a good example is the change that happens is it's a continuous change that has to happen, causing this genomic change in the DNA, and which eventually goes from predisposition. And so there is a predilection for the DNAs to become damaged, then hyperplasia, dysplasia, carcinoma, and invasive carcinoma. Good example is cervical cancer, where you have the HPV gene and the behavioral aspects that causes this change. And today we are able to prevent cervical cancer by detecting this at a very early stage, even before the hyperplasia stage, and either through an HPV infection or through pap smears that can prevent this cervical cancer, which still is a huge problem in India, for example. And the other examples are in colon cancer, prostate cancer. So prevention is more than a gallon of cure, right? So trying to prevent a cancer has a lot more bang for the buck than trying to cure some things. We as oncologists go and treat patients at the extreme end of this, in the invasive carcinoma stage, where things get expensive, things get out of control, the system's biology comes into play, and we are not able to save a lot of patients. So that's why I think a lot of our focus should be on the prevention aspects. And this is captured beautifully also in the Bert Vogelsteinian march that is described in the colon cancer, which also starts from the hyperplasia to the invasive stage. And just give you some very simple examples, right? A normal cell, if you look at the proto-oncogenic pathway, a normal cell has this self-sufficiency to growth signals. It's happy. It eats when it's hungry, and it's controlled by the environment. But a tumor cell is always hungry, right? So why? Because the growth factors are controlled in the tumor cell because of the proto-oncogenic pathway. It subverts that signaling and is able to divide and multiply very quickly, and it needs to find more food. So it tries to get out of this local environment, tries to find blood vessels or highways to get to other parts of the body. Right. One of the ways we have been using drug delivery is by trying to mix chemicals and just throw it blindly at patients. And this is one way of discovering drugs. But the best example for how the drug discovery helped us was go back to the age of chronic myelogenous leukemia, which is the 922 translocation. You can see the barcoding here in the cytogenetics. And the translocation 922 gives rise to a fusion protein called BCR-ABL. And BCR-ABL is a signaling protein. It's a tyrosine kinase protein that actually signals through the cell. It gives you the self-sufficiency. And this is a good example of cartoon, how chromosome 9 gets together to form this fusion protein. Obviously, since it's a tyrosine kinase overexpression, can you suppress this tyrosine kinase? And the whole idea came about of trying to develop tyrosine kinase inhibitor. The whole story goes with how Brian Drucker in Oregon, who had this molecule, which is called STI-571, which is a shelved drug, which is a PDGF alpha inhibitor, not used at all. He decided to test this in cell lines and found that it actually works. And then the rest is history. Today, the whole world of cancer has followed this paradigm of trying to find this overexpressive pathways such as tyrosine kinases, eventually that you have drugs. Today, you have a list of 20 or 30 different tyrosine kinase inhibitors based on the different overexpression patterns that you see. So this model of this chromosome, the gene, and the drug applies very well for a CML. It took only about 40 years from the discovery of this, the 922 translocation in the 1960 to Drucker's use of Gleevec in 2000. And today, Gleevec is available. There are fourth generation tyrosine kinase inhibitors. It may also apply to another disease for a chromosome, gene, and drug in the case of acute promyelocytic leukemia, where 1517 was discovered as a causative chromosomal proto-oncogenic activation, and then vitamin A was used by the Chinese for APL, and the use of vitamin A then became a revolution. And with the addition of arsenic and vitamin A, we have completely removed the use of chemotherapy in these patients. The cure rates have gone up to 90%. But the rest of the cancers are much more complex, and this is an example of the first use of gene expression profiling, which showed two different types of cells in the lymphoma pathways, the germinal center type and the activated B cell type. So how do we target these complex genes? You can see the red hashes on the left hand side and the green hashes on the right hand side represents thousands of genes. You can isolate genes and you can go after them each one at a time. And just to let you know, the drug development process is not easy. It took 40 years from the discovery of the translocation to Gleevec. For lymphoma, to find drug development pathways, it takes much longer. And every drug that goes through a developmental process is about a 5 to 9 year process. Today, with AlphaFold, perhaps the drug discovery process can be shortened, but the actual clinical research that happens still is about 4 to 5 years. So you still have to have that time. And many of these drugs don't even make to the clinic. So this is called the valley of death that you see. And today, I think we are at a point, and without going into the details, that we are tailoring different approaches for the same diagnosis. And the patient A might have a completely different therapeutics. The patient B was a patient D. And today, I think we are using that with the help of clinical information and also genomic information, and it has helped a lot. But the molecular biology is beyond this. As I mentioned, it's not just in tumor cells, it's also in the microenvironment. The microenvironment is much more complex. It abets and aids these cells. And today, having this bioinformatics information of the cells and the surrounding cells is the way to go. But then it adds complexity. And what it does is that your human cognitive capacity is only so much. And today, beyond the domain of the expert, you have proteomics and all these pieces of information that the humans cannot handle. That's where I think computers can come into play. And today, what you saw in the previous discussion, and what I'm going to show you, is that the genomics is handled beautifully by algorithms and through protocols that are easily doable. Today, when you go and sequence a tumor, you get thousands and thousands of genomic information that's laid out for bioinformaticians to call what is normal, what is abnormal. And it might not be as simple as CML or APL, but you are looking at exonic variants that can be targeted. So we call them actionable mutations. But if you start going beyond that and looking at the microenvironments, you're going to go into this billions of cells analysis, then it becomes much more complex. Then you need the bioinformaticians. But in India, right? So in India, where you have the coexistence of the rich and the poor, and you have three different classes, how can you apply this genomic revolution into everybody? The wealthy upper class has no problem. Middle class, for the most part, with the help of some of the availability of insurance, I think care is improved dramatically. Access to drugs has improved dramatically, but 60% of the people still don't have access to this. So, but they all get a biopsy. So how can you use the biopsy and also use the genomic information to train today's pathologists to get into this era where all that information that I talked about, whether it is the morphology information or with the genomic information into practice. And it's possible today. The problem, though, is today pathology is still the analog solution. It's still in glass slides. We talked about this being a beyond the microscope conference, but we have not yet digitized the slides. I think one of the key infrastructure bottlenecks today we have is digitizing the slides. There are a few institutions across the world that have done that. Europe is a little ahead. Mayo Clinic has done, they have digitized 20 million slides. We are digitizing slides at MD Anderson. We have 4 times the volume of Mayo Clinic. So when you do that, then you can actually put these images in the form of computerized digital images, and then you can apply AI. So the motivation for computational learning is that it allows you to get this complexity, and find the simplicity in the complexity, have computer vision alongside the human vision to be able to make this complexity simpler, right? So I don't want to get into the details of this. The deep learning and the machine learning processes today are very mature, and it's as simple as if you show pictures of a cat and a dog and apply these approaches, you can actually with a high probability say whether a given picture is a cat or a dog. And cat or a dog is done through this process. And historically speaking, this is what was the intersection of science that is happening in parallel with in computer science and also in physiology. Since it's a physiology based, you need to know that Hodgkin and Huxley first defined the nerve conduction potential, and it's a fascinating story of how they had to go and find a squid in the lake, in the river, to actually find, because then the squids have the longest neurons, and they connected them to electrodes and then traced the nerve conduction potential. At the same time, Rosenblatt created this probabilistic model of how information flows through systems, and then the MIT created this group of hackers who developed this idea of perceptron. And the perceptron is the arrangement of information that flows from one place to the other, just as information flows in the neuron from the dendrites to dendrites, or through the axonic conduction process. So today, you're seeing this confluence of this neuronal processes. The computer-based approaches are called neural networks, just very similar to how an object is perceived by the rods and cones and interpreted by the occipital regions. Very similarly, you have the neural network that actually collates information in a mathematical way. It's actually a probability of 0 to 1. 1 is you can see something, 0 is nothing, and then everything else in between. So just between 0 and 1, you can see everything through computer science. So this is the history of machine learning. Won't get into the details, but just to show you from an image analysis perspective, ImageNet is a 15 million pictures of all cats and dogs and all the common things. With this, we've been able to apply it to pathology. So in pathology, when slides get digitized, you see images like this. There are natural landmarks. The human vision, the pathologist is trained to look for these patterns, and after all, pathology is pattern recognition by the humans. And when you do this, you're able to lay down this whole slide maps, just like a Google map of different locations within the pathology. And the virtual microscopy is today a reality. It's not yet universally applied. It's just in patches across the world that we are starting to see. The way it is captured is you have robotic scanners that scan images from 5x all the way to 40x and reconstruct these images. So when you actually look at the whole slide image in the computer, you can see the lowest resolution and the highest resolution of a cell. The lowest resolution is a big picture view, and the highest resolution is a few cells next to each other. And with that, we can actually create visual dictionary, just as you have a dictionary for words. And these are called a bag of words, just as you have, or bag of images, if you will. And for example, this is from a Chameleon 16 data set that we ran these algorithms. You can take cells and put them through a method called flow cytometry. Just similar to flow cytometry, you can actually capture the size and shapes of these images. So when you do this Chameleon 16 data set, you're able to take these images and line them up as cells that are small with a small radius, cells that are large with a large radius, and with this method called k-means clustering. And a lot of studies have been done. My area is lymphoma, so I'm just focusing on the area of lymphoma. Lymphoma is the hardest nut to crack because the immune cells become the cancer cells. So how do you distinguish the normal cancer cell from the normal immune cell, the abnormal cancer cell from the normal immune cell? It becomes very challenging, unlike what you would see in other types of tumors. So then came along vision transformers. The neural network was one way of doing things. Vision transformers was completely blown out of it is a 6 out of the stadium, if you will. And this attention is all you need paper with just the image analysis made it possible. So just a quick 2-minute view of what transformers are. If you take an image of a balloon and a series of balloon exhibition, how does this transformer learn this information? Is it, first of all, it takes the position of the picture in this snapshot and breaks them down into different parts. I've just simplified this to say that there's an upper part, a middle part, and a lower part, and there's a right side and the left side to this, and it flattens them out, and then it puts it through what's called as a processor, and it's a multi-head attention model. And so it gathers information from all of these, and it also gathers information about the position where they are located. And then it goes through an encoder and a decoder, and that's how the transformer works. And with this, it's able to then take the next image that comes through and is able to predict what this image could be. So these transformers are completely transformed. In this case, I'm showing you of a transformer approach to a cell where it takes the position embedding plus class embedding plus the patch, and then it's able to describe what type of cell it is. So one of the experiments that we did was to take a public domain data set from TCGA and from Stanford, and this was work that is presented by Chen Zhou, who's a PhD student. We took about 250 slides and created tiles of these slides, each of the whole slide image. When you break them down into tiles, and these tiles could be as small as 16 by 16, or it could be as big as 1,000 by 1,000, you get a million slides. So with the 250, you do the math, you get something like 30 million slides, images. So we took these data sets and we actually put it through this vision transformer approach. Without getting into the details, we were able to then ask the question, which of these patterns actually makes sense in terms of clinical utility? And what we did to extract this information was this process called feature extraction, where we take the tiles and we take the patterns within the tiles and then put it through this whole process of vision transformer. And then it produces millions and millions of images. Then we have to then compress them into true dimensions so that the humans can understand it. And we do that by putting this compression or the dimensionality reduction with this UMAP, and it gives this beautiful picture of about 10 clusters that come about. And then each of these clusters has different concepts. Because nucleus is very reliable in this image, we are able to then go look at the nucleus, look at the area, look at the diameter, look at how rough the nucleus is, and then we come up with this variation. So just to give you an example, in this image, you see area, within this 10 clusters, you have cells with different areas. So that's how the 10 clusters have been divided, just based on the area. And all in all, if you put them together and ask the question, what do these 10 clusters mean to this particular pathology slides? And this is an example of one particular whole slide image of a diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. And it gives you a lymphoma with various clusters and various parts. And then you ask the second question, what do these clusters mean in terms of survival? So you correlate with the survival function. And you find that there are two clusters where the survival actually correlated with death, a higher chance of death. And lymphoma is a fast-growing tumor. There are lymphomas that are the fastest growing, like Burkitt's lymphomas. What the algorithm found is that the areas that had the highest number of growth, or cells that are dying or empty, or we call them necrosis, were the ones that correlated with high death. And we know that intuitively. And this algorithm was a self-supervised algorithm, which means we didn't give any of the information, just the information enough for it to correlate. And it came up with this conclusion intuitively saying that necrosis correlates with death, which we already knew, but it's quantitatively proving that point. So there are other ways of training this. This is another approach we talked about self-supervised approach. This is weakly supervised learning, where we can show some normal images and ask it to predict abnormal ones. We can also show images with genomic information and ask it to predict genomic mutations. In this case, the MSIs have been predicted from using cancer histologies. Now, everybody knows about the Artemis 2. This is a beautiful picture of the Earth from the Artemis that is flying close to the moon. So if you take the lymphomas, in this case, I've given four snapshots, one of a normal lymph node, a follicular lymphoma, a diffuse large B-cell, and PTCL. Normal lymph node has a clustered approach because it has a follicle. The follicular lymphoma maintains some semblance to the follicle. Diffuse large B-cell lymphoma is very dispersed. PTCL is also dispersed. And the reason I show the picture of the stars here is this is the galaxy far away called the Eta Carinae Nebula. It has all these cells, and astronomers learn a lot about just by looking at this. and reconstructing these images. So why can't we do that in pathology? And we can do that. And we ask the question of what is the central appearance here? What are those dots? What is the distance to each other? And you learn by morphometry that the normal cells are actually have a certain nucleus area and the diameter, and also have cells that are close to each other. In diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, the nucleus and the diameter are bigger. And more importantly, in this middle lane, this is called the Poisson calculation, which is Ripley's cell function, tells you that the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma and the PTCL, or the peripheral T-cell lymphoma, have a dispersed feature as opposed to a normal lymph node or a follicular lymphoma. And why is it important? Because this is an intuitive aspect of what we can learn from just by looking at the images. And if you use the vision transformer, which I told you earlier, and apply this to these 4 images, you get this UMAP. And the central UMAP here is a normal lymph node. The one on the left is the follicular lymphoma. And if you look at the histogram here, the follicular lymphoma has a skewed representation of this purple clusters. The PTCL has the red clusters, and the diffuse large B-cell lymphoma has the green clusters. So why is that important? If you do the training, and training is an important aspect of anything that you do in deep learning. If you use just what the pathologists know, the accuracy is about 80%. But if you use a vision transformer, the accuracy goes to 95%. And if you look at what these features they're clearly black box features. And the black box features meaning we don't know what exactly they learn. One example is this fuzzy image that it captures, and we need to understand what they are. But interestingly, this computer vision based fuzzy learning is what adds to this decision-making process and improves its accuracy from 80% to 95%. And we have long ways to go. I think, as was pointed out with the previous speaker, there is a lot of regional variations, and we need to actually collect this data. And it's one of the efforts that we have at AVMC, where we're working in collaboration with Dr. Jawahar. We have actually scanned about 2,500 slides and with the clinical information to be actually make these kinds of predictions with the Indian population. So I'll skip, I know I'm beyond time, but today's pathologist diagnostic workflow not just has this primary input and reasoning and the output, but also needs to have the AI contribution. And just want to illustrate one other variation of what we do in systems biology, and this is just an EKG model, because everything about we're moving from genomics to pathology to physiology. Today, I'm wearing an Apple Watch, and it can predict atrial fibrillation. AI-powered ischemia detection is also easily possible. This is an example where the ST wave changes are very subtle, and this particular study was able to use various information using vision transformer to detect ischemia detection. Finally, the black box is a big problem. This fairness is a big problem, because as we have underrepresented data sets in India. You need to have involvement, you need to have participation, you need to get to the infrastructure so that you're able to train more. So in conclusion, I want to say that we have made progress in the medical world. The biggest problem is the regulation and the oversight, because we can't believe everything that the deep learning does. We are not yet ready for clinical practice, if you will. It may be okay for drug development to a certain point in time, but in terms of clinical practice, it's going to take a long time. So it's going to be a combination of trying to create the infrastructure, collect the data, have a cross-pollination between computer scientists, researchers, clinicians, and then make it all possible. I think the future directions is very bright. And I think we are at a point where we can make this happen. And as I said, I am very fortunate that we started this collaboration through a company in India called Algorithmic Pathology with AVMC, and thanks to the founder, Dr. Ganeshan, Mr. Samuel Suresh, Dr. Jawahar. And I remember that human being itself is big data, and this is human beings with big data walking. So we have long ways to go, and I think we are just taking the right strides to understand ourselves better. I'll stop here and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Iyer, sir, for that enlightening and thought-provoking keynote address. Your insight into emerging therapies and challenges in cancer treatment have provided us with valuable perspectives and will certainly inspire further discussion and research in this field. We now have some time for questions and discussion. I want to invite the audience to engage with Dr. Iyer, sir. We can take question from chat box.
Yes, ma'am. Do you see any questions in the chat box, ma'am? I don't see any new questions here.
I also not seeing any
Yes,
question, ma'am. Can I proceed further, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We have had a very engaging and insightful session today, but in the interest of time, we must now draw this session to close. Dr. Iyer, sir, your valuable insights have added immense academic depth to this international conference, and we are truly grateful for your time and contribution. I would like to once again extend my sincere thanks to the organizing committee of BMSCCon for their excellent coordination and for organizing such a meaningful and impactful conference. It has been a privilege to chair this session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
ma'am. I extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Swaminathan sir, for the insightful and enlightening talk. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to honor our speaker, Dr. Swaminathan sir, with a token of appreciation with e-memento and certificate. Kindly accept it, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We would also like to honor our chairpersons, Dr. Sunita Bharati ma'am, with the e-certificate and memento. Kindly accept it, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to honor our chairperson, Dr. Jagrati ma'am, with the e-certificate and memento. Kindly accept it, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your time, effort, and gracious present. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Now,
sir.
Dr.
Thank
Kalavani.
you, ma'am. I'm
Thank
Dr.
you so
Rajan
much.
here, sir. Thank you, sir. And thank you,
thank
sir.
you, Dr.
you.
Rajan. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for the
Thank you, ma'am.
invitation.
Thank you.
Yes. And all the best for the conference.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
Yes,
much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
sir.
We now proceed to the next scientific session on advanced nano platforms for precision drug delivery in anti-cancer applications. I request the moderator, Dr. Gautam Sarkar sir, Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Avmc, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Dr. Ashwini, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you can please switch on your video, ma'am, please.
Yes, sure. Yeah.
Dr. S. Ravi Kumar. He is a Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies at VMRF. He is also the HOD of Department of Medical Biotechnology, Vinayaka Mission's Puducherry campus. Previously, he was a professor, Department of Medical Biotechnology and Center for Biomedical Research, Arupida Vida Medical College and Hospital. He was also the assistant professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology, Catholic University of, I don't know how to pronounce it, Daegu, Korea. Publications, he has 84 with citation index of 1264, 1264, and H index 20. Proceeding 4. Book chapters he has written 2. Patents 4. Application development 1. 5 ongoing and 2 completed funded projects, that is ICMR Department of Biotechnology, Indo-UK, and 30M Genomics Private Limited, DST SYST. He is currently actively involved in guiding 8 PhD research scholars, 2 research assistants, 1 MBBS student, that is ICMR STS. He has submitted 5 gene sequence into the NCBI Gene Bank, organized more than 5 workshops on molecular biology techniques, resource person and speaker in various national conferences. So over to you, my friend, Dr. Ravi Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So good morning to all speakers as well as to the participants. We had a wonderful session from Swami here. Now it is my honor to chair the session at 6th BSC International Conference. I would also like to sincerely thank the organizing team, especially Dr. Manju for their excellent effort in bringing together such a meaningful scientific platform. It is my pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ashwini Prabhu. So Madam is a professor in the Central Research Laboratory, Srinivas Institute of Medical Science and Research Center. Madam has an extensive publication experience in the field of cell and molecular biology, and she has worked in developing the novel therapeutics for cancer prevention and anti-cancer drugs, nanomedicine for cancer, and the development and validation of angiogenesis inhibitor and immunomodulators from plant sources. Madam has 9 patents so far. She has developed several formulations that can effectively facilitate the cancer therapy. And she has authored 134 peer-reviewed research articles with a total citation of more than 2,000. Her research achievement are also reflected in terms of H index 28 and I-10 index 64. She has contributed 14 book chapters, and she has successfully received the external grant from DST, ICMR, VGST. She is an active mentors, masters students, doctoral students, as well as a postdoctoral fellow. Additionally, Dr. Prabhu has served as a reviewer of national and international journal. And this is a topic which everyone really look for, madam. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Hope I'm audible, sir.
You're well audible, you can start.
Yeah. Thanks for confirming.
You can share your slides. Sir.
Yeah. I'll just start sharing my slides. Hope the screen is visible now.
It's opening, ma'am. We'll wait for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. It's visible in the full screen mode, right?
Yes, madam. You can start.
Yeah. Thank you for confirming. I'll just start the sessions. So today I'll be talking about advanced nano platforms for precision drug delivery in anti-cancer applications. The previous speaker of the conference has spoken about genomic instability in cancers and how do we apply the AI in the precision diagnosis. So I'll be talking about mostly into the therapeutic development using nano platforms, which can be used as drug delivery vehicles for treating various types of cancers. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation, wherein I'll be giving a brief background and what are the challenges associated with the conventional therapeutic modalities which are used for treating cancer, and why nano platforms are gaining importance in the field of cancer therapy, and which are the different types of nano carriers. And I'll be giving a special reference to some of the nano carriers which I have worked extensively, and how do they attack the cancers, and what are the challenges associated with their translation, and how we can overcome those limitations for applying the nanomedicine in future. So, coming to the global cancer burden, cancer is a disease which has rising incidence and mortality rates, and there are so many limitations in the current therapies, including disease resistance for the chemotherapy drugs, and like a lot of side effects by the conventional chemotherapeutics, and is a disease which created a huge burden on economic and healthcare sectors. So when you look at the global cancer incidence, that is worldwide cancer incidence, you can see that Asia tops in the global cancer incidence rates with an percentage incidence of 48.4, and every year 18.1 million new cancer cases are being diagnosed. So to treat cancers, as we all know, we are using surgery, chemotherapy, radiation therapy as the main modules. Apart from that, we also have gene therapy, immune therapy, which are very, very expensive, and which makes the common person very difficult to afford to these treatment modalities. Moreover, limitations of conventional cancer therapy includes drug resistance development by the cells and drug instability. When the drug is going inside the cell, it just cannot remain stable for a long period of time, and unless the targeted therapies are delivered, other therapeutics have wide biological distribution, and it's a non-specific treatment. When when we are intending to deliver the drug to the cancer cell, it just gets distributed to the other normal cells as well. And there it is going to cause a lot of side effects, so more adverse effects are anticipated with the delivery of chemotherapy drugs. So obviously it results in the requirement of higher doses of chemotherapy. So the toxicity of the drug is another important concern, and small half life. Most of the chemotherapy drugs do have small half life. That means to say they are going to be quickly metabolized and eliminated from the body, so for which we need alternative strategies. And most of the like chemotherapy drugs like cisplatin, carboplatin and all, they are like having unspecified drug targets, so they are not specifically targeting the cancer cells. So in order to avoid all these limitations, we are in need of novel therapy agents. So in the tumor environment, there are a lot of cell types present, which contribute to the complexity of the tumor environment. Angiogenesis is one such critical factor wherein the active development of blood vessels contributes to the nourishment of the growing tumors. So when the tumor tissue is growing bigger in size, hypoxic environment is created in the tumor burden, which makes it really difficult for the effective delivery of the chemotherapeutic modules. And tumor environment is generally having an acidic pH. So in case of acidic pH, the EPR effect is going to be lessened. Okay, so I'll discuss about this in the forthcoming slides. So these are the different complex signaling cascades involved in the tumor microenvironment, like VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor, which is responsible for the generation of newer blood vessels, and HIF1 is the hypoxia inducible factor, which generates a lot of inflammatory cytokines. These cytokines will be responsible for triggering the T cells and MDSCs and NK cells, and finally ends up in the proliferative and angiogenic signaling, which is a hallmark of the cancer cell. Okay, so most of the drugs which we are going to deliver through nanomedicine are going to contribute to the enhanced permeability and retention effect. It is also called as EPR effect. So EPR is the passive targeting mechanism, and there are certain limitations associated with that. So let me explain that EPR effect through this slide. So what happens in case of normal blood vessels? The vasculature is intact because it is having a normal pH and normal pressure of oxygen. So in this case, it's very easy for the drug to pass through the blood vessel, and it may not reach the target tissue effectively in case of normal blood vessels. But in case of tumor blood vessels, it is having a leaky vasculature wherein the cells are arranged in a distorted fashion, and in that case it's easier for the drug to go through the vessel and then get distributed to different tissues in the body. So biological barriers for the effective delivery of the drug to the cancer cells include blood circulation. There is a continuous circulation of blood, which may help to eliminate the drugs at a quicker rate, and cellular uptake of the drug is mostly by a receptor specific mechanism, wherein most of the drugs which we use as a conventional chemotherapy drugs do not enter the cells through particular receptors because they are not specific. to the receptors, and endosomal escape of the drug is another important component which hinders the drug delivery to the tissue. So with all these problems, there is a need for the precision drug delivery in order to overcome the limitations of tumor heterogeneity, off target effects, and personalized treatment approaches are the need of the hour. So, with this overview, we are going to talk about advantages of nano platforms. So, the term nano specify the nanometer sized particles. The advantage of being a nanometer sized particles is that it can easily get access into the cells and can exhibit the desired efficacy. Okay, so these advantages of nano platforms include suitable surface modification. So unlike the conventional chemotherapy drugs, the nano formulations can be modified through surface modification. So we can bind certain ligands like antibodies, vaccines, etc. to the surface of the nano carrier, and which will be delivered to the specific targeted cancer cell in a particular manner. So it can also possess desired physicochemical properties like size as well as particle size as well as zeta potential are the very important components when it comes to the nano platforms. So we desire to have lesser than 100 nanometer particles, and which is having a negative zeta potential value. That means to say the particles are monodispersive in nature. So such type of particles need to be developed for the effective delivery of the target drugs. So such nanocarriers also do have increased affinity for target molecules, and you can administer them through different ways. Like unlike the conventional chemotherapy drugs, which either needs intravenous administration or oral administration, and intravenous, as you all know, it is invasive in nature. So in order to overcome all these things, we are developing nanoparticles. Nanoparticles can be given in the form of nano patches, which can pass through the dermal barrier and can administer the drugs. Some of the nanocarriers which are designed for breast cancer are in the form of nano gels. So it is just the topical application of the gel, which is mostly possible only in case of breast cancer as well as for skin cancers. So it is having diversity of administration for the delivery of such nanotherapeutics. They also do have high and efficient carrier capacity. Okay, so most of the nano carriers like metal oxide nanoparticles or liposomes, they can encapsulate very high amount of the drugs, and they can release the drugs in the sustained manner. So in order to overcome the limited shelf life of the drugs, we are going to develop these nano carriers. So with this high and efficient carrier capacity and sustained drug release properties, the nanocarriers can retain the drug in the body for a longer period of time and release the drug in a sustained manner. Their biocompatibility and biodegradability is one more important component. They are very much compatible with the normal cells of the body, and they also exhibit enhanced stability in biological microenvironments, and they are particularly uptaken by the cancer cells. So and we can tune their pharmacokinetic characteristics. So coming to the classification of nanocarriers, nanocarriers are broadly classified into the following types. So the major class of nanocarriers include vesicular system. Those are resembling vesicle-based systems like liposomes, neosomes, phytosomes, ethosomes. So depending upon the components used, we are naming these vesicular systems. Then another important class is polymeric nanoparticles, then metallic nanoparticles, dendrimers. Dendrimers do possess cage-like structures for the increased encapsulation of the drug. Apart from that, there are solid lipid nanoparticles and nanoemulsions. So these are the major classes of nanocarriers that can be used for effective drug delivery. First, let me talk about the liposomes. So in the figure, what you can see is the basic structure of the liposome. So liposome is having a hydrophilic head and hydrophobic tail, and it is a phospholipid bilayer. So you can see two layers inside the vesicle. So the presence of two layers of phospholipid helps in the effective entrapment of the target drug. So we can encapsulate wide variety of chemotherapeutic drugs into the liposomes, including the hydrophobic drugs and hydrophilic drugs. So these are the advantages of liposomes. So there are different types of liposomes like conventional liposomes, pegylated liposomes, multifunctional liposomes, and targeted liposomes. So this figure will give you an overview of these four types of liposomes. Like conventional liposomes, as I had displayed in the previous slide, it is having a phospholipid bilayer, and it can encapsulate both hydrophilic as well as hydrophobic drugs. When you talk about pegylated liposomes, it is having an additional layer of polyethylene glycol or PEG. That is why we are calling it as pegylated liposomes. The advantages of attaching polyethylene glycol to the liposome is that to be more specific to the cancer cell. Okay, and like multifunctional liposomes can encapsulate wide variety of molecules. Like you can use it for the delivery of genes, vaccines, etc. And ligand targeted liposomes, you can attach particular ligand like antibody, protein, peptide, small molecule, carbohydrate, and you can use multiple ligands on the surface of the liposomes as well. That is called as ligand targeted liposomes. So liposomes can be used very effectively in cancer therapy in terms of efficient drug delivery and sustained release. And commercially marketed liposome example include a drug called Doxil. That is nothing but a liposomal form of doxorubicin. So liposomal doxorubicin is called as Doxil and the brand name. Okay. Similarly, we have pH sensitive liposomes, which release the drug only in the acidic tumor microenvironment. So here in the figure, what you can see is normal cells do have a physiological pH of 7.4. When you talk about cancer cells, they are having slightly acidic pH ranging from 5 to 6. So the advantage of pH sensitive liposomes is that they release the drug only in the acidic tumor microenvironment. They are designed in such a way, and they get destabilized at this pH, and that is why how they are going to release the chemotherapy drug in only in acidic tumor microenvironment. So, liposomal targeting strategies include ligand conjugation and antibody mediated targeting. So, you can attach the ligands, including vaccines, antibodies, as well as genes, etc., for the effective targeted delivery. So, in one of our works carried out by our group, we had designed nanoliposomes for pH responsive drug delivery in brain tumors. So, wherein we had encapsulated liposome. We had encapsulated liposomal carrier with a drug called D-limonene. So D-limonene is an essential amino acid, and it has a very low bioavailability. So the bioavailability of D-limonene is less than 20%. But when we encapsulated this D-limonene into liposomes, we could increase the bioavailability of limonene up to 80%. So almost 60% of the bioavailability is increased when we encapsulated this D-limonene into nanoliposomes. So next type of nanoparticle is metallic nanoparticles. So there are different types of metallic nanoparticles like silver nanoparticles, titanium nanoparticles, zinc nanoparticles, gold nanoparticles, iridium nanoparticles, palladium nanoparticles, etc. So there are a huge variety of metallic nanoparticles. The advantage or mechanism by which these metallic nanoparticles induce cancer cell death is mainly through cell cycle arrest, ROS generation, and effects on the MAPK signaling pathway, NF-kappa beta signaling pathway, PI3K AKT signaling pathway, and it also downregulates certain growth factors, including vascular endothelial growth factor, and it also downregulates the expression of matrix metalloproteinases. And they do induce apoptosis in the cancer cells by caspase dependent pathways, apoptotic pathways, and it also causes intrinsic apoptosis by upregulating the BAX and BID expression and downregulating the anti-apoptotic protein, that is BCL2. So these are the mechanisms by which metallic nanoparticles do induce anti-cancer effects on the cancer cells. So the most important among the metallic nanoparticles is zinc oxide nanoparticles, zinc being the micronutrient and compatible with the normal cells. So that is one of the advantage of the zinc oxide nanoparticles. So, but it has a selective toxicity. When you encapsulate an anti-cancer drug into the zinc oxide nanoparticles, which acts as a carrier here, so that doesn't cause any side effects or adverse effects on the surrounding normal cells, but like releases the drug only in the acidic tumor microenvironment. So it has a very high selective toxicity towards the cancer cells, and it is a pH dependent dissolution. So another important category of metal oxide nanoparticles is constituted by cerium oxide nanoparticles. So cerium oxide nanoparticles particularly show redox active behavior, and it also plays antioxidant as well as pro-oxidant roles. So it acts as a pro-oxidant in normal conditions, whereas in case of oxidative stress disorders, including cancer, it acts as a antioxidant. So this is the speciality of cerium oxide nanoparticles. So to synthesize the metallic nanoparticles, we generally use green synthesis route, which is considered as one of the most easier route as well as economical route. Okay, so it requires minimum resources and minimum time for synthesizing the metallic nanoparticles through the green synthesis method. So this also offers the benefit of sustainability. So what we do here is take the plant extract, and the plant extract is a rich source of flavonoids, terpenoids and polyphenol like constituents. So you add this plant extract solution to the metal salt solution. Suppose if you want to prepare the zinc oxide nanoparticles, take a zinc precursor salt and add it with the plant extract, and the reduction reaction is indicated by the color change. So once the color changes, you can ignite it using a muffle furnace to generate the biogenic metallic nanoparticles. So these metallic nanoparticles are really very easy to synthesize, and it has wide variety of biological applications, especially in terms of anti-cancer effects. So metallic nanoparticles could be used most effectively in drug delivery, and they can be used in imaging applications as well. Most of the metallic nanoparticles do have autofluorescence in nature. That means to say, when the nanoparticle enters the cell, if you are using a fluorescence imager, you can visualize the nanoparticle inside the cells. That means to say that drug has been taken effectively internalized by the cells, and it can be used very well with the photothermal therapy applications. That means to say, initially we are going to give the nanoparticles, then followed by exposure to NIR radiation. So they generate heat, and that is how it can be used effectively in photothermal therapy applications. So another important nanoparticle which I am going to talk in today's session is about the dendrimers. So what you can see in the slide is a complex structure of the dendrimer. What I have shown here is a G3 generation dendrimer, which is having a diameter of about 1 to 15 nanometer. It is having a core and interior branching, and surface can be modified using hydrophilic as well as hydrophobic groups. So mostly hydrophilic groups are comprised of anionic, cationic and neutral groups, whereas hydrophobic groups do include aliphatic or aromatic groups. And we have lots of void spaces inside the dendrimeric structure. So inside these void spaces, we can load higher amount of the drug. So among all the nanoparticles that I spoke about, dendrimer is the one which can encapsulate almost more than 90% of the loaded drug, because of its cage-like structure and branched architecture. So dendrimers can be used very effectively in drug delivery applications. Their advantages include, as I told, is very high drug loading efficiency, and because of its branch structure, we can attach lot of functional groups to the dendrimeric structure. So surface modification is another important advantage when it comes to dendrimers. So with this background, I wanted to speak about one research work which our group had carried out, that is metalloporphyrin based theranostic platform for the targeted drug delivery and bioimaging of glioblastoma. So glioblastoma is a malignant form of brain tumor, and 81% of the brain tumor are constituted by glioblastomas. So the remaining 19% contributes to other types of brain tumors. And This is a deadly tumor with a median survival rate of 18 months post-treatment. So any time of treatment you give, it's going to develop drug resistance and it's going to recur. So major challenges in the treatment include blood-brain barrier. So the accessibility of the tumor is a concern in case of glioblastoma treatment. It's in the difficult to access location. So what we developed is a metalloporphyrin based theranostic platform. It is based on the expression of overexpressed receptors called cyanocobalamin, vitamin B12 receptors. So these glioma cells do express a lot of cobalamin receptors on their surface, which helps in excess of cell proliferation. When lot of vitamin B12 receptors are expressed on the surface, it has ravenous appetite for vitamin B12. So any food that is rich in vitamin B12 you are going to consume, the cancer cells are going to grow very effectively. So here the promising option was nanotherapeutic based targeted anti-cancer drug delivery system. So we synthesized drug-loaded metalloporphyrin core, and here the drug-loaded was called as hesperidin. It's a natural bioflavonoid, so which is present mostly in citrus fruits as well as leafy vegetables. So here we loaded that hesperidin onto the metalloporphyrin complex, and we evaluated the anti-cancer efficacy and intracellular localization of the drug-loaded metalloporphyrin in glioblastoma cells in vitro. The cells used were U87Mg cells. Those are the cells derived from the grade 4 glioblastoma. So we synthesized that core and characterized using UV visible spectroscopy, then FTIR, and drug encapsulation, drug release percentages were determined, and the structure of the cobalt porphyrin core was confirmed using proton NMR. Anti-cancer activity of this metalloporphyrin core was determined using MTT-assay in U87Mg glioma cells. Apoptosis detection was carried out using dual fluorescence staining, wherein we use two fluorochromes, acridine orange and ethidium bromide. So acridine orange enters both live as well as dead cells, and whereas ethidium bromide selectively enters the dead cells only. So when we merge these two channels, the appearance of green color indicates the viable cells, whereas the appearance of yellow fluorescence or orange red fluorescence in the nuclei indicates the apoptotic or necrotic cells, which has happened because of the anti-cancer effects of the drug. And these metalloporphyrin core loaded with the drug hesperidin was also tested for its compatibility on the normal cell line, that is HEK293. Those are kidney epithelial cells. And drug uptake studies were carried out using bioimaging strategies. So these were the results. So we had synthesized the core and characterized using UV visible as well as FTIR spectroscopy. And drug release experiments demonstrated that it had the highest drug release at acidic pH. Okay, so here pH 4 was the most acidic pH which was taken for the study, and it was seen that at pH 4 most of the drug was getting released. And when you see the fluorescence images, hesperidin definitely caused anti-cancer effects, but cobalt porphyrin loaded with hesperidin killed the cells most efficiently. And the last figure, H, what you can see is I had taken two cell types, right? Like one was U87Mg, which stands for malignant glioma, and HEK293, which stands for normal kidney epithelial cells. So in the kidney epithelial cells, since it did not express any vitamin B12 receptors, this particular core with the drug has not entered the cells. So that's why we are not able to see any fluorescence in the red field. Whereas in case of U87Mg malignant glioma cells, you can see a lot of nuclei fluorescing red. This is because this particular cell type overexpresses vitamin B12 receptors, and this whatever metalloporphyrin, whatever we have synthesized and loaded with the hesperidin, has been taken up through endocytosis, and it has gained entry into the U87Mg cells, killing the cells most effectively. So this was the proof that we provided for the selective internalization of the drug-loaded metalloporphyrin core. Okay, so Further, we are in the process of evaluating that those results by preclinical and clinical evaluation. And one more advantage of this developed platform was its autofluorescence laser. Like, we need not use any fluorochromes to detect the presence of drug in the cells, because this metalloporphyrin core itself is fluorescent. What you were seeing in the red channel of the previous figure here, H figure, I have not used any fluorochrome to stain the nuclei there. It is just an autofluorescence that is shown by the metal porphyrin core. This was one more advantage. So it can be used for theranostic applications effectively. So this was regarding one more work which we carried out in our laboratory, like synthesis and characterization of nanopolyacetyl dendrimer on porphyrin core. Previous experiment was done only with the porphyrin core, but this experiment also included a complete dendrimer, G4 generation dendrimer, which was conjugated to the porphyrin core, and we used it as a strategy for pH responsive anti-cancer drug delivery in ovarian cancer. So this was also an in vitro work which was carried out using the ovarian cancer cell lines. So here initially we had synthesized cobalt porphyrin core, and the reaction of cobalt porphyrin core with 4-hydroxybenzaldehyde in the presence of PTSA gave us G1 dendrimer, and this G1 dendrimer was loaded with the drug called carboplatin. So carboplatin is a chemotherapy drug which is mostly used for the treatment of gynecological cancers, including ovarian cancer and uterine cervix cancer. So the drug release studies at different pH indicated that it had a highest drug release at acidic pH of 4, and compared to the bare or free drug carboplatin, the like dendrimer loaded carboplatin exerted higher anti-cancer effects on the SKOV3 ovarian cancer cells. So SKOV3 was the model of ovarian cancer cells what we used for this experiment, and it also induced apoptosis in the ovarian cancer cells. Compared to carboplatin, the number of red fluorescing nuclei is more in case of carboplatin loaded dendrimer. Similarly, the scratch assay result. So this is an assay which we perform to see the cell migration. So if our drug is able to effectively block the cell migration, that means to say it can block the tumors from metastasizing to different cancer sites. So the drug loaded carboplatin loaded dendrimer was able to effectively inhibit the cell migration. We further carried out RT-PCR experiments for understanding the gene expression patterns of BCL2, BAX, P53, caspase-3, caspase-9, FGF, VEGF, MMP2, MMP9, and MMP13. So we had seen that the drug-loaded dendrimer effectively suppressed the gene expression in case of angiogenic growth factors as well as MMPs. Caspase expression was elevated or increased in case of the cells treated with the carboplatin loaded dendrimers. So with all these experiments, we concluded that carboplatin loaded dendrimer was more effective compared to the free carboplatin, since it is in the nano form and it is having autofluorescence nature. So the drug can be delivered very effectively in a sustained manner to the ovarian cancer cells. So it's a form of targeted drug delivery. So further, in order to mimic the tumor microenvironment, we carried out the experiment using tumor spheroids. So the tumor spheroids were generated with the SKOV3 ovarian cancer cells in ultra low adherent bottom dishes. And what you can see in the first row is the phase contrast images of the spheroids, and what you can see in the row B is the fluorescent images. The spheroids were stained here using a dye called lysotracker green, which fluoresces in the green channel. So here in the control, that is untreated, the tumor size was more, and in case of free dendrimer, it was also similar to that of the untreated control. So in case of free drug carboplatin, it could disrupt the tumor spheroid only to the limited extent. But whereas when we treated the tumor spheroids of ovarian cancer with carboplatin loaded dendrimers, which we had developed, it could almost completely disrupt the tumor spheroids. So that means to say, in the tumor tissue microenvironment, if we are administering these carboplatin loaded dendrimers, it's going to be very, very effective in killing the cancer cells and disrupting the tumor mass. Okay. So these were the glimpses of certain works which we had carried out in our lab pertaining to the nano platforms and how they can be used effectively in delivering the anti-cancer drugs. So apart from that, nano platforms can also be developed for the effective delivery of silencing RNA, siRNA, and CRISPR-Cas9 based delivery systems also can be formulated using the nano platforms. Apart from this, we could also deliver cancer vaccines and immune checkpoint inhibitors for targeting certain tumors. Theranostic platforms offer the advantage of combining the therapeutics and diagnostics. So you can club both the strategies to effectively tackle with the cancer cells. So imaging guided drug delivery is also possible with the help of nano platforms. So nano carriers can be like administered to the patients, and they can be further subjected to MRI, CT, and fluorescence imaging to track where is the drug located exactly. Then coming to the pharmacokinetics of nanoparticles, most of the nanoparticles can pass through the renal clearance, and some of them even can pass through the Kupffer cell clearance through the spleen, and stromal clearance and intracellular transport also is possible in case of nanoparticles. So they are going to be absorbed most effectively and are going to release the drug in the sustained manner. So next, coming to the challenges in the nanomedicine translation, most of the nanomedicines, only a few are there in the market. I'm going to show you a slide which are the major nano platforms that are available in the market for targeting various cancers. So the major challenges in nanomedicine translation include practical and commercial feasibility, and clinical development is a huge process. So drug development takes almost 10 to 12 years for the complete development of the drug and post-marketing surveys. And then preclinical efficacy to clinical outcome, there are a lot of differences. So whatever drug has clicked and shown to be effective in preclinical trials, it may not work in the same manner when it comes to the clinical outcomes. So preclinical toxicology to patient safety is a huge concern here. And yeah, so these are the major challenges that we have faced during the translation of nanomedicine to clinical trials. So this slide I have mentioned about some of the approved nanomedicines like Depot, that is encapsulated a drug called leuprolide, which is effective for the treatment for prostate cancer and leiomyomas. And this is a nano formulation which is made up of polymeric nanoparticles. Similarly, Calyx is a doxorubicin loaded nano formulation. So it's a liposomal nano formulation which was approved in 1996. And in the year 1999, there was a platform called denileukin Difitox, which is used for the treatment of cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, and this is a protein-based nanoparticles which is marketed with the brand name Ontuck. So coming to the recent scenario, since 2015, we have three important nanoformulations which have been approved by FDA for human use. That is Onivyde, which is irinotecan-based liposome nanoformulation used against metastatic pancreatic cancer, and paclitaxel-loaded nanoformulation, that is paclitaxel loaded into albumin-based nanoparticles, that was approved in 2019 by EMA with the brand name Pazenir, and Lumicide, which is encapsulated in the drug pegulocyanin, for the intraoperative visualization of residual cancer tissue in breast cancer surgery, which makes use of polymeric nanoparticles, and it is marketed with the brand name Lumicide. Yeah. So while concluding the session, I would say that nano platforms are revolutionizing in cancer therapy, and it is future for the precision delivery. And we need to collaborate with the interdisciplinary fields to bring out these nano platforms from the lab to the clinics. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini Prabhu, for excellent presentation. Congratulations for your outstanding contribution. As you said,
Thank you, sir.
the cancer therapy continuously facing the challenges like lack of specificity and system toxicity, right, madam? So I think this advanced nano platform will be an emerging powerful solution enabling the precise and targeted drug delivery. I have a couple of questions, madam, to you. One is
Yes,
that
sir.
how can an advanced nano platform help to overcome the drug resistance in cancer therapy?
Yes, actually, drug resistance is mostly caused when we are giving more than required amount of drug to the tumor tissue. Okay, so here in this case, since the nano platforms are only designed for the targeted delivery, okay, so we are going to load how much ever is drug required only, and that entire drug will be distributed only to the tumor tissue. So in this case, there is no question of loading the excess amount of drug to the nano platforms. So in this way, we can just overcome the disadvantage of drug resistance using the nano platforms.
Actually, madam, there is a pharmacogenomics. In pharmacogenomics, look into that particular patient will have some protein mutation will be there, so that that particular person will be resistant to the particular drugs. So in the cases, I think it would be a kind of a challenges in delivering the drug to the particular individual.
Definitely, sir. But that also can be overcome by delivering this genes also can be encapsulated onto the nano platforms. Okay, so the mutated genes can be corrected using these platforms. So some of the trials are ongoing for delivering the required genes to overcome the mutations also. So in a few years, we should be able to tackle this problem as well.
Okay. So my next question is that I think you have been answered. What will be the biggest challenge or you faced during the translating this nano platform into a clinical practice, madam? Do you have any initiative steps taken in order to?
Actually, yes. Now I'm going through that phase. In fact, I have tried on the in vitro models, then tumor spheroid model, even on the animal model also we have done. But now we are in the process of taking it forward to the clinical trials, and a lot of ethical considerations. That is one step which we have to clear. And since it is a clinical trial, CTRI approvals and all these regulatory approvals will take a lot of time. So these are the major challenges. And one more thing is huge investment which is needed on the clinical trial. So in a country like India, we need investors to go with the clinical trial. So arranging for the investors is one more critical challenge that I faced in this area, sir. Hope I've answered your question.
What is the differences between the spheroids and organoids and the in vivo model, madam? Did you try with all the three?
Yes.
Organoid also?
Organoid I have not tried. So directly from the spheroids, I have gone to the animal model.
Okay. So you can see the differences in the result.
What I found in this case, this ovarian cancer trial, what we have done with the animals, I found almost similar results, sir, when I compared that of the tumor spheroid model results with that of the animal model results. So
I think you have
almost
been
similar.
addressing all the microenvironment, right? So microenvironment of the cancer will be addressed in the spheroids itself.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Is there
Thank
any
you,
questions?
sir.
Any questions you can see, sir, in the chat box? Anybody?
I think no.
Sarkasa?
No, I don't notice. I don't see any.
Ravi, sir?
Yes, madam. Madam,
Any
actually the
question?
discussion is well highlighted, I think. Once again, I thank the organizing team for the effort and madam also and audience also for their participation. I think we can conclude this session, madam. Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwini Prabhu, and thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar, for
Sir,
a wonderful introduction.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
1 minute, sir. So before we conclude, I would like to thank Dr. Ashwini ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to thank Sucheta ma'am who has introduced you to me.
Thank you.
and you have accepted and you have come and actually given a very wonderful speech like what Dr. Ravi Kumar was telling. I wish you that you get good investors, and I wish you that you start your clinical trials and come out with good results so that you bring your research into the from your lab to bedside, ma'am. I wish you all the success. And thank you, Ravi Kumar, for joining always whenever I have invited you and chairing this session. Over to you, Sir Sarkar, sir.
So as a token of appreciation, we have a certificate for Dr. Ashwini Prabhu. So
Thank you,
kindly
sir.
accept it, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
And for Dr. Ravi Kumar also, we have a token of appreciation from the administrators.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Kindly accept. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much for everything. Very kind of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful session. We will now take a short break and kindly rejoin after 5 minutes for the next session.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to. I am Dr. Sinha speaking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Frank, sir. Professor, Department of Physiology. I'm moderating the session, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir. You want to check your slides? We
Yeah,
can
yeah.
do
I
it,
just
sir.
wanted whether it's sharing and whether the picture and sounds are adequate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can do that, sir. Umlata ma'am, good morning, ma'am. How are you, ma'am? I think we met
Hello,
last
Dr.
time.
Umlata. How are you?
Hello, sir.
So nice seeing you. Just now.
How are you, ma'am?
My pleasure to be chairing the session for you.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Welcome
Just now,
back, ma'am.
I met Nayak at AIMS Bhubaneswar. He was taking MD exam there.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Fine?
I'm good. I'm good, sir.
Sir, you can share this slide and we can check it, sir.
Yeah. I've shared it. Okay? Can see?
Yes, sir. You can go to slide chat mode, sir.
That is and the excretion ABG is the next. There is no metabolic acidosis or any situations.
Sir, keep it on slideshow only, sir.
Yeah, yeah, I'll put it on slideshow.
Yes, sir.
But then I cannot see you people. That's there.
Yeah, it's fine now, sir. Yeah, that's.
Expected next. So all the
We are removing your slides for the time being, sir.
Sure, sure. No problem.
Moderator will, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Done, done.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Welcome back. Our next session is on exercise and mental health, addressing a paradox. I now request our moderator, Dr. Frank Umanath sir, Professor, Department of Physiology, AVMC, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kalivani. A very warm noon to all. Now we will be leading to the session on physiology, presented by Ramajan Sinha sir, and the session will be chaired by Omlata Bhagat madam. I would like to introduce Madam. Madam is currently a professor in the Department of Physiology at AIIMS Jodhpur. She has finished her MBBS from GR Medical College from Jwaji University and her Master of Community Health from Jawaharlal Nehru University in 2002, and finished her MD in Physiology in MGM Medical College with her pursuing PhD. She joined as a demonstrator in AIIMS New Delhi. From there, served as a senior demonstrator and moved to AIIMS Jodhpur. And now she is a professor in charge of Autonomic Function Lab, and she is also an active clinician at Integrated Health and Wellness Clinic. She is a leading medical physiologist focused on cardiovascular autonomic function and holistic wellness. She actively integrates clinical physiology with technology and runs specialized clinical services alongside her extensive academic duties. Her research interests mainly focus on cardiovascular physiology, cardiorespiratory interdependence, autonomic responses to wellness practices, and emotional stimuli, and the development of healthcare technology and device. And she has been honored with 31st Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Memorial National Teacher Award in 2015, and she has also been awarded international travel grants to attend Europhysiology London and the IUPS Congress in Brazil. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome you to chair this session.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the kind words. And I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me opportunity to chair this session. And I would like to introduce Dr. Ramanjan Sinha sir. We all know that Dr. Sinha is a professor and head of Department of Physiology at AIIMS Raipur. And he has nearly 28 years of postgraduate teaching and research experiences. He has contributed significantly to medical education, neurophysiology, electrophysiology across the country and abroad. He has guided numerous PhD, MD, MSc, and undergrad research projects, published around 60 scientific paper, organized around 50 academic symposia and workshops. He has also played a pivotal role in establishing the academic programs, initiated the Cognitive Neurophysiology Laboratory at AIMS Raipur, and developing the MD and MBBS physiology curriculum over the time. His distinguished achievements includes international recognition from American Society, Physiological Society, the New York Academy of Sciences, IBRO, the Brain Science Foundation of Japan. He also brings practical expertise in clinical EEG, polysomnography, medical education. So we are truly honored by his presence today, and it is my privilege to invite Dr. Sinha to share his insights. Please join me in welcoming Sir with warm round of applause. Dr. Sinha, please. Mic is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Romlata and Dr. Vivek, for giving such a exciting introduction. For a long, I don't know what I've done, but thank you all for loving me so much. I think also I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity in this unique conference where anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry are contributing. So this is very few such conferences where such things can be done. Dr. Sushmita really went behind me to give some talk on these topics. So without delay, I think I'd start, and I'll try to extend or discuss on whatever points we can going through this particular topic, exercise and mental health. I hope you can hear me and you can see the slide.
Yes, sir. You are well audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
The slides will be shared.
Slide I have shared already. Is it okay?
No, sir. Can you share it again, sir?
Just a second. Share. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first thing which I'd like to say is when we talk of exercise and mental health, we first look at one example. The first example which I'd like to sort of look into is something on these lines, in the sense we see a typical what we call as the Kalahari Bushman, and when we see them, they're very lean, thin, and we human beings are very much sort of prone or very much related to long-term running, long-term physical activities, long-term movements of the body, which we can see that in a desert, this hunting tribe runs. And when they run, it is seen that they run to hunt till their prey is exhausted. Very often we see such things in Discovery Channels and National Geographic. They keep running for miles behind the antelope. The antelope gets exhausted. They stop in between, and sometimes they run, and slowly, ultimately, they catch up and kill the antelope. So what do? They do run, but they do not run very fast. Neither they have a very structured way of running. They vary their pace to maintain the relentless pursuit of running. So that is the secret behind their long distance running when they catch up. So we all know when we talk of exercise, it causes improvement of mood and cognition, reduction stress, decreases anxiety, and alleviates depression. My background being cognitive neurophysiology in the lab, we had been working not particularly on exercise. I had worked on it before, but we could have extrapolated these exercise regimens to certain conditions in certain patients with cerebral ischemic brain injury also. So to that point, we will come later. So this is a very much simplistic view or very much sellable view when we say that exercise causes reduction of these. Certainly it causes reduction, but then as we go into the depths of the topic, we would be able to understand what we are trying to say or what we are trying to make out from this particular topic over here. So when we say, let's say in 2022, a high intensity aerobic exercise has resulted in what you would see that on cognitive performance, when this has been studied, you would see that they mainly cause what we call as an increase in cognitive performance looked at different angles. For example, regional blood flow would increase, cerebral oxygenation would increase, psychological factors do affect, cerebral metabolism affects, and all these compares and activates the neural structure for cognitive performance. This is something which we can always see in these conditions of exercise, in general speaking. However, if we look at the physiological dynamics slightly closely, we see that recently a narrative review sort of emphasized the impact of aerobic exercise on cerebral blood flow, cerebral oxygenation, and cerebral metabolism. This particular study, which noted by Sudo et al. 2022 over here, which he had worked a very extensive study, they have noted that there is a gradual increase in the cerebral blood flow. You can see over here during light to moderate intensity exercise, whereas high intensity exercise, if you can see, it leads to a decrease in the cerebral blood flow. With the increase of exercise intensity, therefore, we can see the response of the cerebral blood flow is usually a sort of inverted pattern, U pattern, and the peak of cerebral blood flow appears around 50 to 80% at the 50 to 80% of VO2 max at maximum exercise, whereas at maximum exercise, which is greater than 80% of maximal power output and oxygen uptake, you can see that hypocapnia-induced cerebral blood flow decreased significantly. The word which I used is hypocapnia. Hypocapnia is a very important trigger for when we say, when does the exercise, our hyperventilation stops, or the carbon dioxide stimulates, increase in carbon dioxide stimulates hyperventilation. So this hypocapnia, again, at a high intensity of exercise, desensitizes us from the carbon dioxide with a hypocapnia, and that prevents a certain degree of sensitization of the brain. This is something also which we will come up in the next. So if you see in the next slide, medium intensity exercise, it is therefore feeds the cerebral blood flow at a maximum, which we say as 50 to 80% of the VO2 max. If we look at the next figure, the effect of resistance exercise intensity as recently as February 2025 on cerebral blood flow particularly, we see a few important factors. First of all, the high intensity exercise involves a condition which we know as Valsalva maneuver, which increases the intrathoracic pressure. More so in cases of resistance exercise than in case of aerobic exercise, which leads to an acute increase in blood pressure, which we can see. There is a rapid increase in heart rate. Systolic blood pressure really increases rapidly through different grades of exercise. This is the low, this is the medium, and this is the high grade of exercise. You can see that change in the diastolic blood pressure is not so dramatic at the end of 10 minutes as compared to that of systolic pressure. And the mean blood pressure, of course, the main pointer over here is the medium level of exercise which we are talking over here. So you can see from this line, which is very important, that in medium intensity exercise, diastolic blood pressure and mean blood pressure in the medium intensity trial decreased most significantly 10 minutes after exercise. So this reduced negative effects caused by sympathetic overexcitation and has a lower rating of perceived exertion and lower blood lactate. What does it mean? When we say these words, it means a few things. Therefore, long-term medium intensity exercise is more effective in reducing blood pressure. How they reduce long-term, medium intensity exercise is something which we will discuss further. The third point is what we call as the pulsatility or pulse index of the cerebral blood vessels and the resistance index of the cerebral blood vessels. Means how much they are resistant to changes in pressure and how much pulsatile they are. Here we say in high intensity exercise, you can see it is far higher. The pulsatility index is higher, far higher, and it causes sort of increased arterial stiffness and cerebrovascular pulsatility. So you can see this is the effect of cerebrovascular pulsatility. Pulsatility is here, and you can see over here, and the resistance index is quite high, showing the stiffness of the cerebral blood vessels. These could be a result of increased cardiac output, increased mean blood pressure during high intensity exercise. So this causes increased arterial stiffness and causes increased cerebral flow pulsatility. So What do they cause? They cause brain microvascular damage, impair buffer function, and increase the risk of cerebrovascular disease. Now, low to medium intensity exercise enhances the balance of sympathetic and parasympathetic nerves. So release helps in the release or promotes the release of vasodilatory factors such as nitric oxide, which improves cerebrovascular reactivity. That is the vasodilation response to intracranial arteries to the increase of PCO2. So the low and medium exercise allows a blood flow which can cause an increase of PCO2, and therefore vasodilatory response to increase of PCO2 can be taken place in low to medium intensity exercise. I'll just take 2 minutes more to let me expand on this or discuss on this. So what do we see over here? First important thing which highlights in high intensity exercise is sympathetic overexcitation and increased cardiac output and blood pressure. So high intensity exercise, remember, when we do very regularly over a long time, there can be adaptation. But generally in the beginning with intermittent and with high intensity exercise, there can be maladaptation due to all these reasons. So there is a high systolic blood pressure and remarkably low diastolic blood pressure, higher central arterial stiffness and cerebral blood flow pulsatility. This pulsatility could be due to increased cardiac output and blood pressure, and arterial stiffness could very much be due to sympathetic overexcitation. And there is less responsive to carbon dioxide changes. Just because of higher sympathetic tone, any change in carbon dioxide fails to cause the required NO-driven vasodilation, and therefore it is less responsive. In case of medium intensity exercise, in other hand, we have a sympathovagal balance. We see, therefore, they are responsive to nitric oxide. The moderate changes in systolic and diastolic blood pressure occurs, ensuring constant blood flow, and they are responsive to carbon dioxide changes. So, what am I saying here? The cerebral blood flow which is occurring, before I come to the next slide, this will be a sort of prelude. When cerebral blood flow is occurring, the cerebral microcirculation, the blood flow mainly through the two parts. One is through the microvascular structure, which are several nanometers or even micrometers wide through the capillaries. So that is very dense. And there are larger blood vessels such as venous sinuses which go over the brain a lot of different segments. An increase in systolic blood pressure will jam up the blood, cannot pass through the microvascular capillaries. A very low in diastolic blood pressure does not allow enough perfusion pressure to be built up to go through the microvascular capillaries. So as a result, a medium intensity exercise which sort of allows a medium flow of blood, which sort of compromises between these two, is perhaps the sweet spot where sympathovagal balance is there with maximum responsive to NO and responsive to carbon dioxide changes, which allows for maximum oxygenation of the microcirculation. If we see this, we have to know, or we have to look into the anatomy. In the sense, we are looking into the distribution of the middle cerebral artery. One of the middle cerebral artery as compared to posterior cerebral artery and anterior cerebral artery, the middle cerebral artery has got a huge amount of branching at different areas of the brain. You can see the Rolandic artery, you can see the parietal anterior and posterior parietal arteries, you can see the posterior cerebral arteries, the angular arteries, the anterior temporal arteries. All of these supply to very important brain areas, important for learning, important for neurogenesis, important for cognition, important for processing of signals. So the middle cerebral artery has got a wide distribution. In fact, this yellow area shows how much of distribution the middle cerebral artery has as compared to anterior and the posterior cerebral artery. This type of picture or this theater is very important for us to understand how does the microcirculation gets affected in high intensities of exercise. So if we look at this and we look at the next figure, it becomes very clear over here that we look at the systolic velocity of the medial cerebral artery, the diastolic velocity of the middle cerebral artery, and the mean velocity of the middle cerebral artery. So in the high intensity exercise, the minimum diastolic velocity showed a downward trend. I'm just summing up because you can see the diastolic velocity showing a very downward trend. There is a very increased trend of systolic velocity in high intensity exercise. So both these coupled together does not ensure proper perfusion of the middle cerebral artery. In other words, the medium intensity exercise in medial cerebral artery the diastolic effect significantly increased at 1 minute and remained high till 5 minutes, and the mean pressure therefore of the middle cerebral artery was significantly higher at 1 minute. So we can see the medium intensity exercise can therefore, it ensures adequate and constant diastolic flow in the middle cerebral arteries. This particular fact is further emphasized, or we can say that this becomes more emphasized when we look at the breath holding time or breath holding index or breath holding time. You can see there is a better breath holding you can see in the particularly in the low and in the medium intensity exercises as compared to the high intensity exercise. So the breath holding time increasing shows there is no suppression or blunting of the capnic responses in the cerebral circulation due to stiffness, and there is blunting of the capnic responses in the cerebral circulation in high intensity exercise, and therefore the hyperventilation is not triggered over here in high intensity. Whereas in the medium intensity exercise, if you can see over here, it enhances the balance of sympathetic and parasympathetic, as we said. It causes the release of vasodilatory factors and improves cerebrovascular reactivity in terms response of cerebral vessels to carbon dioxide, and therefore it leads to an increase in the breath holding time. This is a very important indicator of how the microcirculation behaves during different intensities of exercise. Therefore, the superior effect of medium intensity exercise on cerebral hemodynamics may be related to bioavailability of nitric oxide and, of course, therefore, the presence of hypercapnic conditions due to which the stimulation of the respiration, washing out of carbon dioxide, and therefore the high degree of breath holding is possible. Therefore, the point which we were making is the vulnerabilities of cerebral circulation. So we have seen in the cerebral circulation increased cerebral stiffness, increased pulsatility, sympathetic overexcitation causes detrimental effects to the brain over high intensity long term. Incidentally, we worked on sickle cell patients, and when we worked on sickle cell patients, a similar type of picture emerged in the sense their RBC rheology is different, blood viscosity is different. So they give a chronic hypoxic condition very similar to a very acute level of high intensity exercise. And I won't say we can exactly extrapolate, but we can use it even as a window to see what happens during high intensity exercise, which is also substantiated by several literature. So here the study straightaway says small vessels therefore are a big problem in microvascular circulation. So they're a big problem. How does this big problem occurs? Now, if you look at the structure over here, this is where the ependymal cells line up the deeper structures of the brain. And if you see in the deeper structures of the brain, which are supplied by microcirculating blood vessels, they are the most which are prone to hypoxic injury. Simply because all these structures have got certain structures around them which are pericytes. They have structure around them which are called astrocytes, and they are very highly responsible to the availability of nitric oxide due to presence of vasodilation. At the same time, vasoconstriction will prevent activation of these cells. Therefore, what happens is in the microcirculation is that feed-forward and feedback neurovascular coupling is important. Different red blood cell and plasma fractions and their sort of modulation is another important point which works out. So this would happen in the case of changes in the blood viscosity, heterogeneous versus homogeneous blood flow, about which in detail I'll just come after this little bit. Presence of endothelium and pericytes, which we just noted in this figure. They contract or constrict with changes in oxygen tension. So any of these changes in viscosity, any of these changes in flow will definitely change the oxygen tension over here. And with exposure to reactive oxygen radicals and presence of nitric oxide, lactate, natriuretic peptide, all these will be affected by contraction of the pericytes in response to hypoxemic conditions of the brain. Also, there are some GABAergic neurons which are biphasically relieved according to response to blood flow in the cerebral circulation. Finally, RBC characteristics and rheology are particularly important in case of certain hypoxemic brain conditions, such as, when we talk of sickle cell disease, when we talk of such conditions, when the cells of the blood RBC changes, and as a result, it gets compromised over there. So many different factors does work to control the dynamics of the microvascular circulation. I hope it is clear up to this point. So from here, I'll move on to the physiological details of these particular events which are occurring. Now, from now on, the areas, therefore, which are supplied by the middle cerebral artery, the fine branchings of the middle cerebral artery, the red circulated points, are which we call as watershed areas. These areas are dependent on larger circulation for their oxygenation, and they are very much prone, therefore, to changes in oxygenation at these particular places. Therefore, we focus mainly on the heterogeneous versus homogeneous blood flow. Because the RBC rheology is normal over here, the viscosity of the blood changes negligibly due to our biofeedback mechanisms which are working in the blood vessels. So it is mainly the heterogeneous and the homogeneous blood flow which would affect the intensity of exercise, and as a point due to microvascular circulation. So what happens when there is heterogeneous versus homogeneous blood flow? Let's see. Clearly, the watershed areas are at risk. There are, in recent years, as recently as I have given slightly older references, but also as recent as 2024, cerebral hemodynamic stress can play a role in neurological complications, and therefore mainly in these watershed regions which are at the risk of ischemic tissue injury. If we see these arterial spin leveling studies, we can always see that these are the WSA is called the watershed area. And if you see over here in these structures, the watershed areas, the superficial areas where initially the blood flow was fine, but these superficial areas have good blood flow, whereas if you can see the inner areas, the deeper areas are devoid of blood flow. So there is a maldistribution of blood flow taking place over here, with the main amount of blood flow going above or on the surface of the large blood vessels of the brain, whereas the deeper areas are suffered, which are called the watershed areas of the brain. So this is one of the reasons. So what is happening here? Fact which is happening here is something like this. In normal conditions, see the superior sagittal sinus which is there is hardly alighted. The blood is distributed throughout the brain areas, even in the microcirculations. With high intensity exercise on in cerebral ischemic conditions, the superior cerebral artery, which we call as the superior sagittal sinus, got lightened. That shows most of the blood flows to the superior venous, superior sagittal sinus, and less blood will flow through the other areas. In fact, the superficial major blood vessels carry the main blood flow, shunting the blood through them, whereas the microcirculation in the deeper areas of the blood suffers. This is called a heterogeneous circulation in a functional shunting model. So the functional shunting model says, here is the normal capillary blood oxygen extraction fraction. And if you see here, reduced oxygen extraction fraction in accelerated arteriovenous transit, due to which the blood flow becomes fast. This is what is happening in high intensity exercise. The blood flow, which is represented by a higher systolic blood pressure, at that time the blood rushes through these higher blood vessels. So the blood rushes when the blood vessels widen over here. As you can see, these blood vessels widened as compared to the earlier figure. The blood rushes through the superficial veins, and they go into the veins very quickly. So if you can see over here, what happens? The venule, the partial, the saturation of oxygen in the venules is normal over here, whereas the saturation of oxygen in the venules over here is high due to this shunting effect of blood through the larger blood vessels. This is what we call as the functional shunting model, which occurs in high intensity of exercise. So reduced capillary oxygen offloading occurs secondary to accelerated arteriovenous transit, increased cerebral blood flow in high intensity exercise. So this high intensity exercise could have a very rapid transit. This is a hallmark of even little bit of hypoxic ischemic brain injury, which could occur for a long time. This could be the event which could have caused some brain damage in sudden high intensity exercises. At least the physiology behind it could be the same. Therefore, what you can see over here, the heterogeneous blood flow. How do you see heterogeneous blood flow? You see here the capillary is having a blood flow over here. With increased amount of demand of blood, when there is a systolic blood pressure high and there is a shunting, the blood flow decreases over here. There is no blood flow. This is an open arrow showing over here. Then again, towards the diastolic blood pressure, when there is a pulsatile flow, the blood flow again reappears. And again, you would see certain structures like this, the blood flow disappears. So as I was saying, there is a pulsatility of the cerebral blood flow, which increases in high intensity exercise. This pulsatility blood flow sometimes somewhat opens up some of the capillaries a little bit, and sometimes due to low pulsatile effect, there is a total closure of the microcirculation over here, which you can see. So there is a alternate increase and decrease or flow of blood or not flow of blood, particularly in the deep capillaries of the brain, which you can see over here in all these structures. So stalling of RBC in capillaries resulting heterogeneity of cerebral blood flow. While the blood rushes through the superior sagittal sinus, it cannot get through properly through the microcirculation which we are talking over here, which we are looking over. The same thing you can see in this figure also. If you look over here, here is a fantastic blood flow going on here. Blood flow is over here. And now you suddenly see there is a loss of blood flow in some of these areas which are being shown over here. There is a certain loss of blood flow and stoppage of blood flow. Again, it is restored. So the effect of pulsatility as well as increased systolic blood pressure can all cause all these conditions, which is seen over here as a normal condition as compared to when there is such pulsatile flow, which increased systolic blood pressure. You would see that this sort of congestion can occur in the blood vessels. Only difference is in conditions in which RBC rheology is affected, the blood viscosity is affected, like conditions of sickle cell disease, conditions of severe dehydration. In all these conditions, a similar picture could be seen due to change in blood viscosity, due to change in the shape and size of RBC. But in high intensity exercise, it is simply the sympathetic overexcitation which causes these sequelae of events in this particular condition. Now, these watershed areas of the middle cerebral artery, as we were saying, therefore, it covers some of the crucial areas of the brain, very much important for all our cognitive need, the synaptogenesis, the hippocampal activities, the memory structures, and even neuroprotection. If we see this, we would see therefore under hypoxic brain damage, this shows a normal distribution of the cerebral arteries. You can see particularly this boundary where the small blood vessels work. Here, this goes into hypoxic brain injury at these places where due to poor perfusion of watershed areas. So this is what we call as a poor perfusion of the watershed area, causing sort of injury of some of the largely extended areas of the brain as compared to adequate perfusion of watershed areas due to low level of pulses, more constancy of blood flow during medium intensity exercise, and also more constancy of blood flow during less difference between systolic and diastolic blood pressure. The mean pressure remains more or less constant. So this is a difference in picture, if you can see, between this and between the compromised brain, which is occurring maybe during the high intensity exercise. We did a study. We published this paper in an international journal, and we sort of found this evidence in that the watershed areas at risk in some of these areas covered by the middle cerebral artery. Now, please let me say that this work which we did was effect of slow deep breathing on hypoxemic brain injury. In the sense, hypoxemic brain injury could be caused by sickle cell disease, could be caused by any condition. Slow deep breathing puts a condition, I won't say similar to medium intensity exercise, but at least it ensures adequate blood flow with an increasing of sympathovagal balance and all these conditions. So we can see that during increased before like slow deep breathing and after slow deep breathing, there is a redistribution of blood flow. So the blood flow which is seen in these figures have been seen changed in certain areas are highlighted when we did a slow deep breathing. So there is a redistribution of blood flow, particularly in the middle cerebral artery areas. These studies, let me emphasize, I'm showing is EEG studies. This is not cerebral blood flow studies. But EEG excitability source analysis, if we see the neuronal excitability source analysis, sort of mimics the areas which are supplied by the middle cerebral artery. And therefore, we are carefully, with reservation, I could not, take my greed off. I sort of extrapolated the effect, showing that effective response inhibition in go and no-go and better execution of task was translated by better distribution of cerebral neuronal excitability, which is a reflection of adequate blood flow of the middle cerebral artery dependent watershed areas after slow deep breathing, which again sort of activated the parasympathetic responses and bettered the coupling between respiration and the blood pressure and could do it. So that's a different story altogether. I'm not going into this particular story. So the functional shunting model, which we sort of looked into this, that we see that under conditions when capillary transit time heterogeneity cannot be reduced, means in conditions there is an increased systolic blood flow, increased pulsatility, high intensity of blood flow. So more blood flow through the surface of the brain, less through the depth part of the brain. So this discrepancy can only be cleared by suppression of cerebral blood flow. By suppression means from high cerebral blood flow, we can go to middle cerebral blood flow, where the fluctuations of systolic and diastolic, the pulsatility and the resistance is moderate, so that functional shunting can be reduced and brain gets adequate circulation. This is one important part, the physiological part which we discussed. So diastolic cerebral blood flow in the middle cerebral artery is one of the important determinants of how well the microcirculation will be affected with cerebral blood flow. Now, I have to little bit satisfy the Department of Biochemistry also. So when we talked of physiology, we are talking of neuromodulatory outcome as a determinant of exercise intensity. Now, when we look at this particular story over here, a small thing which we look that this is a simplistic view, very much simplistic view of exercise-induced neuromodulation in handling chronic stress. Now, instead of exercise going through changes in cerebral vasculature and sympathovagal balance, how does it affect pure physiology? We are introducing the term stress over here, we are introducing the term neuromodulation over here, and what is happening in the brain. Most of these, again, simplistically, we see that exercise improves all these factors. In the backdrop of what we discussed, there is something which we call as contribution of monoamines. Briefly speaking, all these monoamines, such as dopamine, by increased after chronic, by helping in neuroplasticity and post-exercise recovery, norepinephrine increases, helps in consolidation, memory consolidation and retrieval in PD patients. Serotonin, sort of anxiolytic properties and cognitive function. So definitely monoamines have a lot of role. I am not going into that because the scope of this discussion would become very large if we go into these topics. But then I want to emphasize on a particularly interesting factor which has been being discussed very recently and also over a long time. It's not very recent, but this is one of the very, very important factors, the BDNF and the adiponectins. Here, for the BDNF and adiponectin, I hope all of you are with me in the sense, the way we are discussing this particular matter, that exercise acts in this as, let's say, it acts as an upstream trigger. For a sense, the physiological exercise activates several metabolic and signaling pathways. We all know that this activates in skeletal muscle and brain. The central mediator over here, if we want to see, is BDNF. The BDNF over here, due to exercise, can affect the hippocampal function. This BDNF can affect through IGFI. This BDNF is activated. All these can indirectly activate these functions of the structure. And as a result, exercise causes improvement of memory and hippocampal function. Whereas exercise, an acute exercise, which causes increased release of cortisol, long-term stress, can cause inflammation and oxidation and cause decrease in memory and hippocampal function. So again, you see, a very high intensity exercise is detrimental. Let me slightly elaborate on this particular fact. So, as I said, exercise is an upstream trigger for this particular thing, particular cascade, and the physiological activity, particularly aerobic exercise, activates metabolic and signaling pathways, can activate all these pathways in skeletal muscle as well as brain. The central mediator here is PGC1 alpha, which is there. PGC1 alpha, which we see, is a transcriptional coactivator that regulates sort of mitochondrial biogenesis, and therefore it also regulates oxidative metabolism. What does exercise do? Exercise causes increased PGC1 alpha expression in muscle, and also it influences the brain tissue. Now, PGC1 alpha does not bind to the DNA directly. What does it do? It works with transcription factors. It works with transcription factors such as ERR alpha. Now, together, PG1 alpha and ARR alpha, what they do, they form a transcriptional complex. And this transcriptional complex upregulates downstream genes, including FDC5. So what does it do? Or acts on this? Together, they upregulate this FDDNC5. And what does it do? This is a complex membrane protein, FDNC5. And therefore, that is cleaved or broken down to produce what we call as irisin. This irisin is released into circulation, and therefore it crosses the blood-brain barrier, and therefore it acts as a signaling molecule between the muscle and the brain, and therefore it is also called a myokine. So the BDNF, in fact, it stimulates sort of expression of nerve cells survival. It helps in synaptic plasticity. It also neurogenesis, especially in the hippocampus. So what does the other part do? The next part, which we are looking into over here, other than these structures, is what we call as the adiponectin. The adiponectin is a circulating protein hormone which is released by the adipocytes. If we look at the adipocytes and adiponectin, what does it do? It binds to specific receptors in the brain. They are called adipo-R1 and R2, and they expressed in the regions such as hippocampus, hypothalamus and cortex, and critical for cognitive and memory and all this development of all these conditions. So what do they have? They have a lot of anti-inflammatory effects such as TNF-alpha and IL-6. They reduce oxidative stress, decreases reactive oxygen species. They have anti-apoptotic cell signaling through certain central mediators. And also what do they do? They also reduces insulin resistance and preserves blood-brain integrity. They act through certain signaling structures such as AMPK1 to SRT1 to increase the expression of PGC1 alpha. So both of these act synergistically to cause increased expression of FDCN5, cleaving of irisin, and therefore expression of BDNF. So they work synergistically. Now, during intense exercise, we have introduced two terms over here. I have to introduce two terms over here. One, which we call as the stress, another is called targeted intense exercise. Intense high intensity exercise does the sort of damage which we discussed about the microcirculation. What does it do? What happens? It causes cortisol spikes in intense exercise. What does cortisol spikes do in intense exercise? They suppress neurotropic signaling. What does it do? It mainly downregulates BDNF, resulting in reduced sympathetic plasticity and impaired learning and memory. It also directly opposes the exercise-induced cognitive benefits. It causes hippocampal damage, dendritic atrophy, reduced neurogenesis. So it leads to a vicious cycle, weaker hippocampus and poor cortisol regulation. It inhibits PGCL alpha pathway. So this pathway is definitely inhibited, and mitochondrial function, and blunts, therefore, mitochondrial biogenesis. It will also irisin signaling, and therefore it decreases downstream BDNF production. So this is what it does, and therefore it increases, if we can say, it increases the oxidative stress definitely. It causes neuroinflammation. It causes impaired glucose metabolism in the brain, as well as all these conditions lead due to cortisol spikes of intense exercise. We will definitely say that cortisol spikes in intense exercise when maladaptation occurs causes such conditions. In regular exercise, which are less than very intense spikes, if somebody goes through, definitely cortisol helps to activate the HP axis, and therefore it causes some of neurogenesis and root changes in the neuroplasticity. What we are saying here is intense exercise, targeted exercise. So stress is a part of the targeted exercise. Therefore, all these inhibits the particular thing. So blunting of cortical spikes and blunting of effects of BDNF, blunting of the effects of adiponectin occurs, and as a result, there is a change in the level of the exercise. The last part, which I'm coming, is the psychology of exercise. How do we look at? Therefore, what does stress means here? Targeted exercise regime can cause chronic stress due to maladaptation. We are moving to a different phase. That is why I thought in this particular talk, I'll emphasize certain points. when we do exercise, we get up in the morning. We know today we have to do a half an hour or 45 minutes of treadmill running. After that, we quickly come back, have some food and go to office. Target is 45 minutes exercise, or I have to complete this much time every day. I have to do my office work. Whether or not there is a meeting on that day, I have to do the exercise because exercise is so-called beneficial. So I have to do a high intensity exercise. So in this case, the exercise becomes actually a stress. So the stress, the very target of 45 minutes is something which is causing, and the intensity of exercise physically which we are doing, assuming that we will become fit, all these add to the detrimental effects, be it through the physiological effects we saw, be it through the subcellular effects we saw, and be it all these points which come into play when the stress is there. So there is training levels, there is psychological pressure, and there is external stressors, that is poor sleep, caloric restriction, work, and academic stress. All these occurs. So what is more important over here? That is high intensity target oriented exercise is detrimental. High intensity exercise, someday you do that too, is detrimental. But when you put it as a target oriented, you have to do high intensity with target, can be detrimental. So there can be persistent fatigue, decline in performance, poor sleep, mood changes, frequent illness, and you have heard sufficient background. We have discussed about microcirculation, we have discussed about the monoamines and the BDF adrenaline theory and all these stress. So what is the answer to this? First thing is, we have seen this quite often. Children trained extensively, marathon runners running their races, and they have chronic mental fatigue and stress. So therefore, all these targeted exercises, when we see, are really detrimental to our day-to-day lives. And this is what we are suffering. Sudden cardiac deaths, sudden conditions where we see people falling suddenly after treadmill exercise, apparently fit individuals going into death conditions, going into conditions which are very fatal to them. These are the conditions. We set a target, we set a high intensity, and we go into the exercise. So there is a concept of optimal stress. Too little stress, no adaptation. Too much stress, which we're talking, maladaptation. Optimal stress, maximal neuroprotection, and performance, as substantiated by our studies, which we sort of looked earlier. How does it help psychologically? What happens psychologically? What happens in the cognitive performance? Pardon me, I cannot go without discussing on a little bit on this effect, because this is something which is close to my heart. I am not an autonomic person. I am not a, I would say, a very good biochemical person, though we work on these aspects. We have worked a lot on 72-hour heart rate variability, but still I consider myself close to my heart about this cognitive neurophysiology and the portions of how the brain behaves with behavior changes in us. So if we see affective responses to exercise, first thing we see that this is the feeling scale. There is such a good feeling with low intensity condition of exercise as a sort of low affective feeling or feeling of pleasure with high intensity exercise. There is a very significant difference between low intensity of exercise versus high intensity of exercise in terms of how you feel about it, how you look at it. How do you look at this? Let us see something. If we see over here, self-selected intensity can always help in fitness with anxiety and depressive disorder. Allow the person to select his intensity of exercise. Every day he may not be able to perform a 45 minutes exercise fixed. Someday he might feel 30 minutes. Someday he might feel he may not exercise. Some days he might feel he can exercise. But he maintains an optimal level or a certain level of exercise almost every day or almost alternate days, which goes to his or her well-being. So this is something which I want to emphasize over here. What do we see? That people who anticipate a more pleasant affective experience. Look at this. The heart rate is at the sweet spot. The percentage of heart rate reserve is somewhere around 50 to 60% of the heart rate, maximal heart rate, is where we can see perceived relaxation is constant throughout the 27 sessions, each session consisting of 1 hour of exercise every day. So the affective response remains constant. The affective response also remains constant, signifying that if you are exercising at a submaximal condition, at a condition where you are comfortable with the exercise, and you really don't set a very strong target for yourself, your will to exercise remains, your effective response to exercise remains. Why this is so? High intensity is less positive experience and significant lower rates of adherence than low of moderate intensity. This is very important. Lower rates of adherence. You are dropping off exercise for several days. You don't feel like getting up in the morning and going to the exercise. That actually defeats the purpose for which exercise is made. So it should be good for us. We should look forward. Now, we have seen several literature that when people with intensities lower than ventilatory threshold, if it is taken, active women, when there is self-selected condition or even submaximal exercise, all these prevented mental stress-induced endothelial dysfunction. Physiologically speaking, organically speaking, molecularly speaking, all these sort of help. A medial level exercise helps. So, coming to the main other points, the future action in our lives, when we want to do something, it is determined whether it is pleasant or unpleasant. You go to a trip, you go to a restaurant, you go to meet somebody. If you have a pleasant experience, you will do it again. If you don't have a pleasant experience, we will not do it again. So numerous studies highlight that a positive effect experienced during exercise is a significant predictor of future exercise behavior. Very important. If we don't derive pleasure from exercise, there will be no pleasant effect of exercise. Therefore, discomfort, unpleasant effect, all these are pain during exercise is likely to contribute a discontinuation of engagement in physical activity. So all these factors do affect, and this may be worsened by the imposed based model of exercise prescription. You write on a sheet of paper, you go and do all these things, you live as an exercise physiologist, and the poor guy suffers because it is not tailored to his needs, to his motivation, and to his excitements. So what happens? What is the physiology behind the psychology? The dual mode model is something which is a very established model for this type of pattern of exercise. If the exercise intensity is below the ventilation threshold, just when your respiration starts to overtake the oxygen uptake, individuals derive greater pleasure from exercise. So when it matches the oxygen uptake, your ventilation. However, when it exceeds the ventilation exceeds oxygen uptake, the individuals experience unpleasant effect. There is no pleasure during exercise. So ventilatory threshold is a very important part. Again, that is determined by a low or moderate intensity of exercise. Second, we would always see that both of these are important. Shift in affective responses has been accounted for by the domination of interoceptive cues, physiology concept. What does it happen? Acute exercise, what does it do? Increases physiological signal, heart rate, respiratory frequency, but then muscle fatigue, pain in leg muscles, or with perception of being out of breath are strongly associated with unpleasant effect. High exercise, you are going out of breath, oh, my leg is aching, the lactate accumulation is there, frequent cramps are occurring, and you don't want to do exercise. You want to change the levels of exercise. You better rest yourself because with pain and with cramp, if you do exercise, it may worsen the situation. So therefore, the perceived exertion results in feeling of tiredness and unpleasantness. Very much this is important. So what is the solution? Solution is self-determination theory, which is based on the need of autonomy as a basic psychological need. You have to be autonomous enough to decide your own exercise goals. The individuals can select their own exercise intensity, which results in improved psychological responses, such as increased perception of control, perceived choice, and affective responses. Thence, this model of exercise prescription may be seen as interesting alternative to the current model of imposed exercise-based prescription. I am quoting this as the recent articles which I had quoted earlier, and this is what it says, that imposed exercise-based prescription is definitely worse for these particular types of this. So maximization of exercise adherence is the first goal. Unless we can adhere, unless we feel pleasant about exercise, unless we feel good about exercise, which is again in turn be our brain circulation improves, we cannot have good exercise. So training plans should consider temporal fluctuations in the recall of exercise related effect and implement strategies that attempt to minimize observed patterns of diminished positive effect. Very bookish language. It says we should strategize. What is the need of each individual? The exercise should be tailor-made to the individual. Intensity should be low. They should be able to enjoy the exercise at a medium intensity, not at low or high intensity, and gradually build up on that once they get used to it. Coming to the final slide. Therefore, I tried to do justice to anatomy with looking at the very good middle cerebral artery distribution, which causes or affects vitally the different areas of the brain. The neuromodulation, which is the blunting effect of cortisol spikes on BDNF and adiponectin as a central theater of action of these. And also the psychophysiology, where we sort of connected the cerebrovascular circulation with the affective responses which occurs in the brain. And we have seen that submaximal self-paced exercise regime, which you can enjoy, is most beneficial. This is something we lack when we train people for exercise. This is something because we treat exercise as another routine in our lives and not something to enjoy. Therefore, coming back to the earlier slide, important point, they choose their pace to maintain the relentless pursuit. So they live after day, they enjoy their hunt, they have a life, they don't fall down, they don't have an intense because they don't go back and attend a board meeting. So they choose their pace to maintain their relentless pursuit. That's all. And thank you for your kind attention for this presentation. I am very grateful to all of you to have held on to this presentation for such a long time. And I don't know whether I have been able to do justice to this. Thanks a lot. Thanks really.
Thank you, sir. Over to ma'am for this excellent session given by sir. I think the MCA of our watershed areas have been opened by you, sir. Over to ma'am now.
Very nice presentation, sir. And you have given us a different insight for exercising and exercise prescription. Very well done and very nicely corroborated all the physiological experiments and the exercise intensities. Sir, my first one question for my personal interest as well as interest to the whole society as such. Now we are having an aging population and more people are having mild cognitive impairment than any time before in this history of mankind. So where we have that with aging people have started having some kind of or some level of dysautonomias as well. So how can the exercise help in preserving cognitive function in these elderly, which are anyways having some issue of dysautonomia and some cognitive disabilities start appearing? So how can we preserve the functions for them?
Thank you, Dr. Mulata. I mean, this is a very pertinent question. In fact, I tell from my personal experience. I'm about 60 and I go regularly to gym. And I think I am only one or two people are there. Other than that, all are young people. And I have been going for several years. And what I find is the first thing with senior citizens is, in our country particularly, we don't look at a geriatric population as to be fit at a point of time. The concept of fitness in the geriatric population is holding on. It started to hold on in the above strata of our population. The geriatric population requires a different regime of exercise as compared to middle-aged or even earlier age of population. The first thing which we need to is to look at as holistically, as you have rightly said, that it is not that the muscles have to grow. Because beyond a particular age, sarcopenia starts, and as a result, building of muscle, as would have taken place in the middle age or the earlier age, takes a lot of time.
Coffee is ready, Krista.
If we go after the building of muscle, if we go for resistance training, with an aim to build muscle, that will give a negative target to us. Because at the same time, we feel frustrated. We look at young people with bulking muscles, and we don't want to work. The other portion of exercise is building the strength without building the bulk. So building of strength can be built gradually. For example, more number of repetitions, lesser load. That improves circulation in the muscles, first thing. That improves the middle level of or middle intensity of exercise, which improves cerebral circulation. And over long term, the factors which we discussed could remain active. It cannot be detrimental. It can remain active at a particular point. Having said that, I remember, I won't say that about senior citizens. We did a very interesting thesis work on the student suddenly came and told me one day, sir, I am very physically fit. Why I am not getting good marks in my examinations? As simple as that. So we did that sort of work. We did this exercise, and we saw that certain faculties of cognition do increase. For example, neurogenesis and all these conditions can make you quick, can make you fit, can make you positive, can make you comprehend better, can make you analyze situations better. And if you're anxiety prone, to some extent, it relieves your anxiety. But whether it will cause a better recall of a particular text or how much memory will increase is another factor which requires a different type of exercise or sort of brain games as compared to physical exercise. So this is something which we need to look into. A moderate, sustaining level of exercise which we can enjoy is the cornerstone for senior people.
So one thing I just want to say, you have said that mild to slow deep breathing acts like mild to moderate intensity exercise and it redistribute the blood flow. So can we recommend this to the more people and train them how to do their slow deep breathing as a routine of their day to day? That is what my experience of working with autonomic function and slow deep breathing. We can actually prescribe them more of slow deep breathing rather than bulking to start with, because when we start with harder, they stop working. But if we start with breathing, they may get into this kind of. This is a really good presentation.
Very true. It is very, very, very interesting. In fact, what you said, I tried to oversimplify it at that point of time. We did our last PhD student worked on the slow deep breathing only in hypoxemic brain injury, and we found astounding effects. And we could see the effect could be as, you would be as an expert in autonomic better, that there is that 6 hertz oscillation, which is 0.1 hertz, gives a very good, when you do a slow deep breathing, it couples with the baroreflex. And this excellent coupling with the oscillation of the baroreflex changes the heart rate variability. And this changing in the heart rate variability, fluctuation in the heart rate variability, can in turn cause a lot of such effects in the brain, which causes relaxation. This is what we talked of medium intensity exercise. When somebody is doing, sympathovagal balance becomes better. Nitric oxide release is better. Vasodilation is better. This is what you experience when you do a slow deep breathing, when you do a pranayama or yoga, when you are sitting and doing a slow deep breathing. That is definitely neuroprotective without even, having a risk of fall, without even having a risk of injury, without even risking whether your form is fine or not. But again, some people, I'd say mainly in the Western country, I personally like doing some exercise, that gives release some endorphins. I enjoy something, but then I'm very strict about the form, how I do and how I do, at what level I do, and how much I enjoy. When I come back from there, I just feel I'm happy with it. And the morning times, I always feel I love to do a slow deep breathing, which enriches my mind and my brain. So if we are talking of BDNF and adiponectin, I'd say that slow deep breathing is one of the safest ways and one of the best ways to go around in a senior citizen who is, want to get optimal benefits of exercise without rigorously going through it or thinking about it too much.
Thank you, sir. Over to the organizers, and I want to thank organizers, especially Dr. Lakshmi, for giving me this opportunity. If there is any questions in the chat box, please go ahead and
I think there is no questions in the chat box, ma'am. If no more queries, then we can finish the session. I thank both the chairperson and the resource person for giving such a wonderful talk. On behalf of the organizing team, we would like to felicitate you with an e-certificate and the e-memento to the spokesperson, sir.
Thank you very much. I'd like to particularly thank Professor Gopinath. I'd like to thank Dr. Vidya and other faculties who are around, for Dr. Kalavani, and I can see all of you. Though I have not met you, but it is I have a great fortune in presenting in this good or a very important or a very unique sort of conference. And thank you all really for giving me such a long time to present my views on this particular subject. Thank you all really.
Thank you, sir. We would also like to felicitate our chairperson, Umlata ma'am, with a certificate and a new memento.
Thank you. Thanks for done. Thanks, Professor Gopinath, Dr. Rajan, Dr. Mani, and all of you who have given me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Today we have valedictory function by 3:30. If possible, please join us.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Dr. Kalaivani.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Without any delay, we now move to our last session of the day, titled Transforming Microscopic Images into Data, Micrometry and Image Analysis for Advancing Biomedical Research. I now invite our moderator, Mrs. Soumya ma'am, Assistant Professor Anatomy, AVMCH, to kindly take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the DAY3 6th International Conference, I welcome you all for this Day 3 conference. Myself, Soumya Ganesan, Assistant Professor from the Department of Anatomy, Arbade Medical College, Puducherry, moderator for this session. So now we are in the Day 3 scientific talk number 6. For this, I would like to welcome our distinguished speaker, Dr. Yokesh Sontake, sir. Welcome you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce our chairperson for today's scientific talk. First chairperson, Dr. Vinita Tiwari, Madam, Professor and Head, Department of Anatomy, ERA Lucknow Medical College and Hospital. Madam has completed her undergraduate from MLN Medical College, Allahabad. Madam has completed her postgraduate from GSVM Medical College, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Madam has more than 20 years of teaching experience and worked in the field of histology, histochemistry of diabetic placenta, and clinical embryology. Madam has more than 35 publications in indexed national and international journal. Welcome you, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we move on to the next chairperson. I'd like to welcome Dr. Vidya CS, Professor and Head of the Department of Anatomy, JSS Medical College, Mysuru. Madam has 23 years of experience in teaching and research in the field of anatomy. Madam has over 130 peer-reviewed research publications to her credit and has guided several MSc and PhD students in anatomy. Madam, academic contribution include the presentation over 70 scientific papers and deliver of more than 40 guest lectures at national and international conferences, including those held in Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, and USA. Madam has a life member of the American Association of Clinical Anatomists and a Karnataka chapter of Anatomists, Anatomical Society of India, and Society of Medical Anatomists, Society of Clinical Anatomists, and South Indian Medical Legal Association. Madam has awarded gold medal in best paper in clinical anatomy by Karnataka chapter of Anatomists, and also Madam has awarded YT Tatachari Endowment Prize, that is for best research product, awarded by the Brahmara Trust. Madam also has awarded Young Research Scientist Award for research contribution awarded by WAF for a international organization. Madam also awarded gold medal for during the 2015 to 16 for highest number of publication in the academic year. And also Madam has outstanding woman scientific award in anatomy in recognition of research contribution. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Soumya.
Now, I just like to both the chairperson just come and start commencing the program.
So it's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Yogesh Santake. He is a professor, Department of Anatomy, Academic Center at JIPMER, and he has more than 30 books for his credit. And few recent ones, what we notice in the textbook of human anatomy and workbook of human anatomy, 3 volumes. So he has worked on gross anatomy, histology, embryology, clinical genetics, general anatomy, and also histological techniques, immunochemistry, and microscopic are the newer ones. And he has been awarded Dr. Y. Appaji Oration Award by Karnataka Chapter of Anatomy on 23rd August 2025, and Excellence Award in Medical Education by IMA Tamil Nadu. His skills to expertise in Adobe Illustrator software for drawing medical illustrations and Premiere Pro software for editing education videos, micrometry, immunohistochemistry, conofocal microscopy, and publication of articles in various national and international journals spread to about 66 publications. And he has completed his UG in Government Medical College, Nagpur, Maharashtra, and post-graduation in Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, Wardha, Maharashtra. In his research projects and grants, working on various immunochemistry and conofocal microscopy-based projects with a grant of 15 lakhs, and he is also chief editor of Society of National Journal of Society of Medical Anatomists and editorial board member of many national and international journals. This is just a glimpse of Dr. Yogesh Santake's credit and accomplishments. We welcome you for the board, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your nice introduction. Nothing great like that one. Just we will discuss today a few things regarding the transforming microscopic images into the data micrometry and image analysis for advancing biomedical research. Before I start my talk, I want to give a special thanks to Chief Patron, Dr. A.S. Ganeshan, sir, Chancellor, Dr. Anuradha Ganeshan, Vice President, Co-Patron, Mr. Suresh Samuel, Patron, Dr. R. Mani, Dean, Avmc, Advisors, Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Damodharan, who is Medical Superintendent. Also, the Coordination Committee, Dr. Rajan, Dr. Lata, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Arunachalam, Dr. Prem Kumar, and Dr. Shanmugavalli. Also, specially thankful to the organizing chairperson, Dr. Manju, and Dr. Rajan sir, organizing secretary, Dr. Gopinath sir, for organizing this conference, and the entire organizing team of BME SECon 2026 6th International E-Conference. I am also thankful to Dr. Muthukumar Vel, Professor Anatomy, Dr. Manikanta Pillai, Dr. Sridhar, and all the faculty member and staff members of Department of Anatomy, Physiology, Biochemistry, AVMCH, Vinayaka Missions Puducherry campus for organizing this conference and for their continuous support for this guest lecture. I am also thankful for the chairpersons, Dr. Vinita Tiwari ma'am and Dr. Vidya CS ma'am, for their kind support and for their time to listen this session. Now I will share my screen. Also, the screen is desktop share. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
It is visible. Okay. Now we will start discussion regarding the transforming microscopic images into the data, micrometry and image analysis for advancing biomedical research. Microscopy is essential in the biomedical research. We are planning a lot of research, and particularly now we are focusing at the histological studies using immunohistochemistry, confocal microscopy, and lot of data is generated in the form of images. And with just the eyes, earlier days, we used to segregate the protein expression or any expression, like it is so small quantity is expressed or high quantity is expressed. So qualitative analysis we used to do it. But nowadays, the journals, the research publications, they require the quantitative data, which should be accurate, which should be reproducible, and we should have some evidence-based conclusions. So for all these things, micrometry is most essential. Exactly what do you mean by micrometry? Micrometry means the measurement of the microscopic structures. They are useful for the determination of size, diameter, thickness, area, and volume, and commonly used not only in histology but also in the histopathology, microbiology, cell biology. And even if you have the knowledge of the softwares, you can apply it for the gross anatomy and the radiological images also, we will discuss. But most important thing in this micrometry, it requires the calibration, because the softwares, they don't know the measurement exactly. They analyze the data in the form of pixels. So we have to standardize each time. So that is required. Exactly, when we do the micrometric analysis, it reduces the observer bias. I may say that when this protein is expressed good, the color is good. Some may say that when the color is not good. So that bias will be removed using the image analysis software. It saves the time. And suppose, for example, how many cells are there, how many blood vessels are there in the sections. It takes a huge time. We have to remember each and everything. But if you have the software, you can easily count, and you can easily compare by the keeping adjacent the side of photographs actually. It enables the analysis of the large database. See, 1, 2 images, 10 images, we can analyze with the eyes. But if you have n number of images, huge quantity of the data, that can be easily analyzed using the micrometry. It improves the precision and it has the reproducibility. That means, suppose today if I am saying there are the 10 blood vessels in this section, tomorrow also I can come back and I can count same, and the reproducibility will be there. It generates the data which can be published in the form of quantitative results. So what is the basic workflow for any image analysis? First, we have to capture the image. Olden days, there should be the trinacular microscope with the fitted microscopic camera. Nowadays, even our mobiles have a very good quality of the camera. Some fittings are coming where we can use our own mobile to fix on the microscope instead of the eyepiece, and we can capture the images. So that image acquisition, don't think that one, that adjustment or the fitting adapters are coming at very high cost. No, even below 1,000 rupees, they are available in the Amazon actually. Then we have to go for the scale calibration. How it is done, I will explain in few slides actually. Then we have to process actually. We have to adjust the brightness, contrast, noise removal, that we can do using the software itself. Then we have to select some area that is called as the region of interest. This slide may have so many things, but what you want to analyze, whether you want to count the nuclei, whether you want to count the cells, or you want to count the blood vessels. So what is your interest, that you have to decide, and accordingly you have to measure using the software, and you have to finally get the data in the form of Excel sheet. You will get the data, and after that one you will go for the statistical analysis. Then what key parameters? Usually we can easily count the length, width, area, perimeter. We can count the cells actually. Then nuclear cytoplasmic ratio also we can count. Then what are the shapes actually, ovoid, or what exactly the shapes, that also we can describe. Then if you are going for the immunohistochemistry, what is the intensity of the color expression, or if you have the fluorescence dye, how much fluorescence it is expressing, that you can do easily. And a tissue percentage area, for example, you are growing some tissue in that particular zone, so how much tissue growth is there, that you can see actually. Even healing of the wound, that also can be done using these softwares actually. So what are the popular softwares, Image or the Fiji? Okay, so these are the freely available software actually. Then Cell Prolifer, QPath, MetaLab based tools are there, and even some are AI powered pathology platforms. So Path AI is the platform where we can upload our images and we can generate the data actually. Nowadays, these AI powered tools are actually helping for the diagnosis. See, we can't rely 100%, but of course, it will help us. Final diagnosis can be done by the pathologist, but at least he should not skip something from his eyes, so that human errors will be reduced. Some people may say that why we should rely on the AI tools. Yes, of course, we can't rely 100%, but see, human have more chances of making errors than the AI. That we can't deny actually. So we have to take help of the AI for the image analysis, whether the slide is having tumor or not. And if it is showing it is having the tumor, we can go in the depth actually, confirmation whether it is having tumor or not. So that will help actually. Then open source tools which are available free of cost, that are more widely accepted, as I am using the ImageJ software. ImageJ software is the basic light version of the software, and Fiji is also the similar type of the software, and it has more additional function. Both are free of cost available. ImageJ can run in most of the systems, while Fiji may require the higher quality of the system, that means computer or the configuration of the computer. So what are the applications of this image software, or you can say the micrometry, in our biomedical research? We are working on the histological tissue. So whatever slides you are preparing, that can be analyzed using the image software. Then cancer biomarker quantification, whether the what quantity of the biomarker is expressed there, that can be done. Wound healing studies actually. Suppose someone is working in the forensic department and he has the challenges of the means wounds. Wound studies of the wounds, they are doing more commonly. So what type of the wound, how much it is healed, how much time it is taking for the healing, that also various types of the studies regarding the wound healing can be seen. Even the gross pictures, if you have, based on that gross pictures also, you can go for the analysis of the wound healing. There's cell proliferation assays. For example, if you are doing the cell culture and you are adding some chemical in that one, and you are seeing the effect of some chemical in the cell growth, so that also can be done using this micrometry image analysis. Then bone and cartilage research, lot of studies are going on in this one, that also can be done. Then microbial colony analysis, that is for the microbiology department, they are doing these studies, so that because instead of going for the qualitative, they can work on the quantitative data. Then drug response studies, for example, in the cell culture, some drug you are adding, so what is the effect on that cell culture of that drug, whether the cell are viable or not viable, that also can be done. There are various parameters, I will not go in the depth. So out of so many softwares, I have selected today for the discussion is the ImageJ, because it is free of cost, open source, and it is developed by the National Institute of the Health, USA. So this software can be easily downloaded, and it has a beauty that it is compatible with the Windows and Mac operating system. Any system, whatever computer you have, it is compatible with that one, and it analyzes n number of images, particularly the file format of the TIFF, JPEG, DICOM, a lot of other different images also it can analyze. So when we capture the images using the mobile, usually they will be JPEG or the TIFF format, that easily can be analyzed using this software actually. So how we can get this software? There are certain links that I have mentioned, or you can just Google actually. So after making the Google search, you will have to select the software actually according to your system, whether you are using the Windows computer or you are using the Apple computer that is having the Mac operating system. Mac operating system is also having, some are with M1 and some are without M1 chips actually, that means Intel processors, old one. So whatever system, you have to know your system, and accordingly you can download this ImageJ software. And after installation, the ImageJ software will be, once you run, it will give this type of the user interface. It is a very easy interface actually. If you know the Microsoft Word, if you have little bit of knowledge of any Microsoft Office software, little bit of Photoshop knowledge, you can do easily everything here using this software. It has very basic functions like opening the file, closing the file, save the file. Then you have to select some area actually. So for example, particularly thyroid follicles, so follicle number you can select or whatever. So there are the certain tools actually, very few tools, hardly 10 tools are there. That much is sufficient for our analysis. So that type of user interface is there. Then why actually use this image for the micrometry? Because whatever parameters we are thinking in our mind for the histological or histopathological image analysis, or even many other image analysis for immunohistochemistry, cell counting, that can be done using this software. So it is a basic software, very light version, free of cost available. It can easily provide the length, area, angles, so very basic parameters, whatever we feel, that can be done using this software. And it allows the calibration. Calibration means for 10x easily we can calibrate, for 40x images we can easily calibrate. And finally, it gives you the quantitative data in the file format of Excel sheet. So that is also very useful for us. So once you get, even it counts and it gives the data in the form of mean, maximum, median, mode, standard deviation, everything it gives and calculate and it gives to you. So it becomes very easy actually. And this is very much ideal for our academic, clinical and research-based morphometric study. When you submit this data to the journals, they accept it because this is the standard software. For this calibration, actually, only one thing we need other than the camera, we need a stage micrometer. This type of the stage micrometer is available on this slide. I am showing this image, that is the stage micrometer, and it is available hardly in 500 to 700 rupees, less than 1000 rupees on Amazon. You can get easily any one of that one. Here they have done the calibration, that is the 1 millimeter into the 1000 sections they have done, and using this, how much enlargement we are doing using the 10x and 40x, that we can do in the image software. So this calibration scale, that is the stage micrometer, is one thing that we have to purchase using the Amazon, and that can be utilized. And once you purchase this one, it will last. Actually, I am having one which is since last 7-8 years I am having. So it is very easy to get from Amazon. Then what are the core features actually? So for example, many times we feel that when our images are not having the proper contrast or brightness, so that contrast and brightness we need not have to go for the Photoshop. See, in Photoshop we are damaging the images. Here contrast and brightness we are changing, that will not affect your result outcome. But if you change the contrast and brightness in Photoshop, it will affect, after that one, if you go for the analysis in imagery, it will affect your results. So that's why Photoshop should not be used for images. We will get comments from the journal, these images are Photoshopped. That means they are modified or the damaged images. So easily we can change the contrast and brightness for the production or for the making it print version better. So that can be done easily. Here we have to select the region of interest. I will tell in the next slide how we can select the region of interest using various tools. So region of interest, once we select, that can be analyzed actually. Then cell counting and cell size analysis also possible using the image analysis. Sometimes you may listen that one, this much neurons are present in the cerebellum or amygdaloid body, how they are doing this one. So that type of the studies are also possible using the imagery. Because we know the volume of the tissue in the slide. How we know the volume of the tissue? Because we are taking the microscopic sections at 5 to 7 microns. So suppose 5 micron thickness, 1 by 1 square meter area multiplied by the 5 micron thickness. So you can get the volume of the tissue there. So in that volume, how many nuclei are there? Based on that one, you can go for the cell counting also. Then image, I told initially that this is the basic software. So many plugins are there. Some are free, some are paid plugins, but mostly the free plugins are sufficient for us for the cell segmentation, for the immunofluorescence analysis, like which are we are using in immunohistochemistry. So that are easily available. These are the additional features that we need to add sometimes. Then measuring the microscopic structure in histology and anatomy sites is very easy using this one. Even we can go for the morphometric analysis, how that also I will explain in upcoming slides. Then this quantitative analysis is useful for the cellular and nuclear dimensions. And preparing this annotated teachings images for the e-learning module. This is not only restricted, this software is not only restricted for the histology images. You keep in mind that one, other images also we can analyze, even we can label. Suppose histology image is there that we have labeled, and we can make it useful for our PowerPoint slide preparation. We don't need Photoshop. We can do most of the things here itself in this software. Then this particularly cell size, shape and density that we can find out using this software. Then wound healing is there, or any pathological change. For example, whether there is a presence of fibrosis is there or not, inflammation is there or not. So this type of the parameters also we can measure using this software. Then image thresholdings are there. Actually, sometimes so everything we look only pink and blue color. So we can go for the image thresholding, and we can differentiate the tissue. We can segregate the colors actually. And that is called as the image thresholding that we can do using this software. And as we have known that it is useful for immunohistochemistry. Then, for example, I told that it is not only useful for this histological, but also the morphometric studies. For example, you have taken the photograph of liver. Yes, you can analyze that also. Femur, we can analyze the parameters of the femur also. So gross anatomy of that also we can analyze using this one. Even the measurement of the muscle fiber diameter, vessel wall thickness, nerve fiber density, that also can be done using these softwares actually. Then analysis of the embryological specimen and developmental changes also can be done along with the comparison of the structural parameters between the normal and pathological tissue. So what are the normal and what are the pathological changes, that also we can do. In the cell culture and molecular studies also it is useful. For example, quantification of cell confluence, viability, cell proliferation. So how much growth of the cells is there, that is the cell confluence that can be detected. Then viability, whether the cell is means taking a particular stain or not. Based on that one we can go for the cell viability. Cell proliferation, whether cells are proliferating or not, that type of the things also we can do this using this software. Then cell migration, suppose you are doing the cell culture and you want cell migration studies, that also can be done. Then wound healing, suppose you have the histopathological tissue which is from the wound healing in the forensic medicine, that also can be analyzed. Then fluorescent intensities of the protein expression can also be analyzed. Then co-localization studies, whether the two proteins which are expressed there, whether they are coexisting with each other or not, whether the some protein is extracellular or intracellular, that also can be done using this software. Then radiological images like a CT scan, MRI, ultrasound, that also can be analyzed. See, when you plan some research, you want to collaborate with the radiology, but radiology already their machines are packed with the patient analysis. Then when you will get the images, when you will get their machine to analyze that, no issue. You just collect the DICOM images, and DICOM images can be analyzed using this software actually. Then anatomical volumes and cross-sectional areas also can be estimated from the radiological DICOM images using this software. Then how much contrast and how much signal intensity is also there, that also can be detected. Useful for correlating the radiological finding and cadaveric anatomy. So that is also possible. Then we have to integrate this one with the other softwares. Like suppose data you have collected from this one, you can export the data in the form of Excel sheet, and or other statistical softwares can be integrated with this one to analyze your process data. So quantitative data output you get, that can be used using this software actually. It works with the image processing libraries like a Fiji, a pre-packed version of the plugins. So Fiji is nothing but means it is nothing but an image J only. It is nothing but other than image J. Fiji is modified version. It is the higher version of the image J. In image J, we need to add plugins actually. Plugin means small functions. So in the Fiji software, all the functions are enabled already. So this workflow I have discussed initially also. So in the particularly in the is software, we have to import the image, bring the image like TIFF, JPCAP, DICOM image. After that one, calibrate the image. Suppose for example, you are doing the analysis on 10x images or 40x images or 100x images. So this software you have to tell which X images you are analyzing, so that calibration is also required. Then select specific region, then measure the length, area or intensity, whatever you need, then save and export the data for the documentation. Advantage, there is no licensing cost, completely free and open source. In your paper, if you write research article, you just mention that one, you have used ImageJ software. It is it gives the high accuracy data, and anyone other than you, if some another observer sits, he will get the same results actually. So reproducibility of the measurement is easy, and this software is so easy. If you are knowing the Microsoft Word, you can easily learn this software with the extensive online tutorials. Lot of tutorials are there. Whatever you want, you just search in the YouTube. So that is there actually, and it enables the independent quantitative analysis in academic and research setting. So what are the benefits for medical teachers actually? So when we see that one some image I have to use for my teaching purpose, yes, I have my own images, so I can import that images, I can modify and I can use that one after labeling into my own teaching actually. Yeah, it promotes the digital skill development in the microscopy and imaging analysis actually. It encourages interdisciplinary research collaboration. Suppose being an anatomist, you are working in this zone, so you can collaborate. You can collaborate with the pathologist. You can collaborate with the means other clinical side where the tissue you can get. So it increases the credibility and the publication value of the research. This is a practical use. For example, this is one slide of the thyroid actually, and I want to know the area covered by the colloid. So yes, this is possible using this software. We can select particular area. At a time, we can select all the follicles actually. We have to draw the lines actually, and we can select all the follicles actually, and that will give you the data in the form of the area. Even what is the perimeter of this follicle, that also it will give. Then another use is diameter of the follicle, that also you need. See here I am using follicle. Sometimes you may need blood vessel, you may need another thing actually. So lot of things are there. It depends actually what you want to analyze. Based on that one, it can be done. Then another thing is number of thyroid follicles. Suppose here we can click on each of the follicle and we can count. Suppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many follicles are there? How many blood vessels are there? How many neurons are there? So that type of the things we can do it using this software. So we should know what we can do. Then only we can utilize this one. Yes, we can label the slide actually. We can mention the name thyroid gland or any other thing. We can change the color of the font also. We can change the color of the size, font, color, everything we can do it. We can label the slides actually. So that is also possible. Sometimes we may need to mark actually which is the larger blood vessel, which is the area of the fibrosis, or which is the area of the necrosis, which is the area of the wound gap. So all that things can be easily modified or marked using this one. So we can select the measurements. Finally, it gives option. What actually the measurements you want? You want area, perimeter, how many decimal points you need the results, 2 decimal point, 3 decimal point, or without decimal points. So whatever you need output, accordingly, what measurements you need, accordingly, you have to select the parameters actually. So that is also possible actually in this software. Okay, in the immunohistochemistry, particularly specific intensity can be selected. Here, the red color indicates the selection actually. So in the immunohistochemistry, we know that one some brown color we will get if you are using the some dye particularly. So in that dye, suppose you are using FITC, green color you will get, DAPI you will get a blue color. So that particular dye you can use that particular color and selection of that specific color, and we can remove the background easily using this one. So this software can measure the intensity and the expression of the protein actually. So suppose for example you are using the Mason's trichrome stain. In the Mason's trichrome, you know that one collagen fibers are stained using the blue color, while the other area living cells are stained with the red color, nuclear black color. So you want to segregate this color. Normal microscope, Photoshop, all these things are practically not possible. But this software, it is very easy to separate all the colors actually. So you can separate the blue color, you can separate the red color, and you can analyze each color separately. So this type of the things also possible. Then cell counting. Particularly initially I told that when the people are very much interested on the number of the cells counting. So in this volume particularly, how many cells are there? So you can easily count the cells, particularly in the cell growth, cell culture they are working, neuronal studies they are working, so neuron number count. So all these things are possible. See, this cell counting, neuron counting, this will be approximate only, that we cannot say 100% true actually, or 100% we cannot rely. But of course we can have the same reading 2 times, 3 times to reduce the bias actually. So that can be easily done, cell counting. Then for example, radiological images are there. You want a neck shaft angle of the femur or angle of the femoral torsion. That can be done using this one. Suppose you have 10 images, radiological images, and you want to analyze. So no need to work on the CT scan or MRI machine, the systems, computers attached to that machines actually, because I told they will be busy in analyzing the patient data, and you want to do the research. So you bring the DICOM images in the CD, and you can analyze all these images in your own computer using this software. So they are very easy. Then for example, gross images are there. Yes, we can analyze the gross images also. For example, anterior cruciate ligament damage is there and patient is not able to do the knee flexion and extension properly. So what is the amount of the flexion or extension he is doing? Yes, angle, simple thing, angle you have to measure. How you will measure the angle? Capture the images from one side and you try to measure the angles. So this type of the things we can easily measure. Even the length we can measure, but for measurement of the length and we need some scale, but for measurement of the ratio we don't need the scale. That means what exactly? You understand that one? We want to know the length of the neck of the femur and height of the femur. So exactly we will not get the values in centimeter because we have not given the scale there, but a ratio we can count easily. So length of the neck and the length of the femur, that ratio we can count using this image software actually. Then here in this diagram, you can see that number of blood vessels, how many number of blood vessels are there in this section, that also can be counted. If for each blood vessel, what is the luminal area, what is the perimeter, that also can be counted. Suppose you have one tissue where the tunica, intima, media, adventitia, what is the thickness of intima, what is the thickness of media, what is the thickness of adventitia, that also can be counted. Then there is another things that are the suppose you have certain images of coronary angiography. What is the angle of branching pattern? How many branches it is giving? Okay, so all that studies can be done using this software. Then another thing is this radiograph is there, hallux valgus or hallux varus is there. So what are the angles actually between the bones? That also can be easily counted using this softwares. So this software counts the height, distances, areas, and intensity even in the graphs actually. So for example, suppose one physiology person is there, he is analyzing the spirometry, he is analyzing some other graphs actually. So to count the graphs and everything, it is very difficult to count it manually. So these softwares, they can easily count it. We can compare the slope, we can compare the growth trends actually. So what is the height of the bars actually? Suppose you got one bar graph. So that bar graph image also you can convert it into the data using this software actually. So in the biochemistry, Western blot is there. So Western blot images also can be converted into the various bar graphs, or using this one means the image can be converted into the data. Then analysis of the nanoparticle distribution, quantification of the protein band in SGS phase gel electrophoresis, that also can be done. Then dimetrics analysis, densitometric analysis of the ELISA color intensity, that also can be done. There are so many things actually. I'm not going in details of this one, but yes, for the biochemical parameters also, these are useful. For physiology also, as I told, that one muscle contraction, these parameters are there. So that also can be done using this software actually. So a lot of things are there. Sorry. Then ECG. So you have 10 ECGs, and 10 ECG you want to analyze properly actually. So you can easily take the photographs and sit on the computer, and in the system you can analyze, you can compare what is the heart rate variability, image based analysis, that also you can do it. Then spirometry graphs also can be analyzed. So whatever images are there, that you can analyze using this one. Okay. So many things are there. They are endless actually. But what are the limitations? Image should be clear, image should be good actually, then only you will get the proper result. So proper image quality should be there. So poor image quality is the limitation or the challenge. Then calibration. So if you don't calibrate it properly, then you will not get the result. So calibration is also some problems are there. If you forget the calibration, you will get the bad things actually, bad output. So standardization of the image conditions. For example, today I am taking photographs with some other camera, tomorrow with the some other camera. So that should not happen. With the same camera, all the images should be taken. With the same setup, all the images should be taken for nullifying the bias actually. So that are there. You have to use the controls actually. So and you can have to take the 2 times 3 times reading, or you can go for the blinding of the slides. So that can be done easily, but these are certain challenges. Then documentation, actually you have to see this will give the output in Excel format, so you have to maintain the record properly in this things. So coming to the future trends actually, so this AI and machine learning are the transforming this image analysis. Currently we are doing all image analysis manually or using the software, but in upcoming days definitely AI will replace all this type of the things. Definitely if we learn today this one, then only tomorrow we can ask AI to do the same work actually. Without knowing, we cannot ask directly AI to do something. If we know something, that only we can ask AI do this one. So that is there. Then automated diagnostics are expanding rapidly. So for example, radiology, AIMS Delhi is using this artificial intelligence for the radiological diagnosis also. So these are there. Then micrometer bridges microscopy and a measurable science actually. Then better data leads to the better biomedical discoveries. These are my certain conclusions for this one. So what is the take home message? ImageJet is transforming the routine microscopy into the quantitative analysis. Just don't go and publish the data. The expression is more or less. You should have how much expression of the protein is there, how many numbers should be there. That is the quantitative data. So try to use this free software if you are using the histology or histopathological analysis. Then essential for the modern anatomical, histological and biomedical research. Empower yourself with the image-based data interpretation skills. Learn to measure, analyze, visualize with the image. So this is my take-home message. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope so I have completed within the given span of time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you,
to the
sir, for
chairperson.
such an informative lecture. I would just like to ask one question that you told about the image analysis softwares. You told about ImageJS software in detail. But what about the other softwares? How to get access of these softwares? Are they all these softwares, they are free, or we have to purchase them?
Ma'am, most of the softwares they are available actually. Frankly speaking, I am using only ImageJ. like cell proliferer, QPath, all these are the free versions available, but for a certain time, then they will ask for the payments actually. So better to, because whatever analysis we are doing, everything is possible using the image. So I don't have that much experience in cell proliferer or QPath, but they have the paid versions. Even in image also, there are so many paid plugins are there. I have never used because all free plugins are available actually. Then Path AI is there actually. So you can analyze certain images, for example, 2 images, 3 images. After that one, they start charging actually. And if we want detailed analysis, then also they are charging. Artificial intelligence also, they are giving some free of cost that they are saying credits actually. So some credits you will get in that credit. If you exhaust that credit, then they ask payment actually.
Okay. One more question, sir. If we are using these applications for biomedical research for our PG students, what will be the approximate cost for this analysis? Can you give some idea?
Actually, it will not have the cost actually. Only two things you need. One adapter, which will come around 1000 rupees to fix our mobile to the existing microscope. So that is first cost. Second is the stage micrometer, which will also come less than 1000 rupees. Both are available in Amazon. So suppose our this mobile is there. This mobile, we can have that adapter and we can fix this mobile on the microscope, existing microscope. No need of big microscope or something. Same existing microscope, same slides. So whatever histopathological studies you are planning, that cost will be different. But for this analysis, image is free. You need your computer and mobile adapter will be there. Mobile, everyone is having mobile, and which are almost good mobiles actually. And image is also free. So I can say 2000 rupees is the maximum cost. I feel so.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it was an engaging and insightful session that significantly contributes to the research and academic training for biomedical sciences. Though it was a theoretical part, we would like to have a hands-on workshop once again in JSS. So this was very good. And one question I have is, how can beginners standardize calibration while performing micrometry?
No, I am not getting. You are asking how we can calibrate using.
How can beginners standardize the calibration of measuring using micrometry?
Okay, fine. So actually, what happens now, we have to understand that in microscopy, we are enlarging the image. So how much enlargement is done? That software, we have to tell to the software that this much enlargement we have done. So for that one micrometry, that stage micrometer scale is there. For example, we are taking all images in 10x. So before starting taking the image, first image we have to take of that stage micrometer. After taking stage micrometer, you remove and you put another slides, research slides, and you take all images. Then go to the software, and in that software there is one thing, set scale. In the set scale option, you have to first open the image of that micrometer, stage micrometer, and the stage micrometer is around 1 millimeter actually. It is a 1000 micrometer. So you have to draw one line and you have to tell that software this line length is 1000 micron. So the software will understand that one. That means this much enlargement is there. And after that one, whatever images you are analyzing, it will start analyzing using considering that much enlargement. Next time when you plan for 40x images analysis, you have to again take another image of stage micrometer under 40x. Then again you have to set scale and again you have to go for analysis of the 40x images. So these are a little bit steps, 1 or 2 times. If anyone do it, it is easy to do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, myself Soumya, just I have one query, sir. You have mentioned about the, we can quantify the exact number of nucleus with that software image. Can we do it in the fresh specimen, sir? Like if you do the vaginal cytology, can we quantify the number of cells and the number of nucleus, sir?
No, I am not getting what exactly you are
Sir,
saying.
with that software image J, so you have mentioned that we can able to exactly quantify the number of cells and number of nuclei with that image, because we know we have taken the the image will be the thickness of the image. With that we can calculate, you have mentioned. Can we do it in the fresh specimen?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, in the fresh specimen, you will have to prepare but the slide. For
Okay.
example, if we are very good in dissection, for example, suppose amygdaloid body, we have taken out the gross specimen of the amygdaloid body. Then we have to measure the volume of that amygdaloid body in the gross specimen using the water displacement, or so many other methods are there to measure the volume of the amygdaloid body. So in that volume of the amygdaloid body, then you take one section and you measure in that 5 micron thick section how many nuclei of the neuron are there. And you multiply according to, based on that one, you have to multiply it with the entire volume. So in that entire volume of the amygdaloid body, how many neurons are there, that you can measure actually.
Okay.
Yes,
So
it is
then
possible.
then one more, then we can able to that label the all the images what is there in that software. Can we use that in the teaching learning activity, and can we upload that in the website and the college website and also? Do we have get any copyright issue
So
while
if
uploading in the website our PowerPoint? We'll use it in the lecture, that images after labeling our labeling.
If that image is your own image, then no need of copyright, because you have
Okay.
created the image. If you are taking image from the website or some other books published, then copyright issue will be there, because that image do not belong to the means faculty actually. But as per my knowledge, if you use it only for the lecture class without e-distribution, that can be done. But if you are uploading on college website, that means that images should be copyright free actually.
Sir, thank you, sir. We have some queries in the chat box.
Yes.
First one is Dr. Vasudha Kulkarni, madam.
Oh.
Sir, what is the difference between image convolution, thresholding, and segmentation? And also,
Deconvolution.
yes, and also
Okay.
advice to use JPEG.
Okay. See, actually, the image deconvolution, actually, sometimes we get some blur images. So this blur images, we need to means some restoring actually of the details, and overlapping signals will be there. So that image deconvolution is required for that one. Then coming to the thresholding actually, so what happens now, sometimes we get some background noise actually. So we have to separate our signal from the background actually. So that separation can be done using the intensity based separation, using the thresholding actually. So it is little bit quite difficult to explain in words actually, because it is a practical things. Then segmentation actually, it divides the images into the means meaningful objects or the regions, means we can separate where are the nuclei, where are the cells actually. So that separation can be done using the segmentation actually. So and what was the last thing that you said?
Advice to use JPEG, sir.
Usually JPEG images, I feel that one, they are not very of good quality images actually. We should have the TIFF images. TIFF images are the higher quality images. JPEG means they are the compressed images. See, for publication, for printing, JPEG are fine. We should have the TIFF images. That is my advice, rather than the JPEG images for the analysis. In mobile or in other camera, we have to set the settings actually, what type of the images we are capturing. Once we save it as the JPEG, that means we have done the compression. Even image J, we can analyze it, but I feel better to avoid JPEG images.
Okay, sir. There is no more question in the chat box.
Okay, Dr. Vasudha ma'am, thank you. She is means very well advanced in using this one. And actually,
okay,
sir. Dr. Rajan here, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitations and joining. And there was so much swapping also. That also you accepted. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am, Vidya, ma'am, and Vinita, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the
Yes.
opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Vinita, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So on behalf of
Thank you, sir.
organizing team, we would like to express our token of appreciation with the e-certificate and the e-memento to the distinguished speaker, Dr. Yogesh Sonakte, sir. Kindly accept, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
We would also like to honor our chairperson with the e-certificate and e-memento, Dr. Vinita Tiwari, madam. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next chairperson, Dr. Vidya C.S. Madam, kindly accept the e-certificate and e-memento, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining this informative session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for such an enriching session. With this, we come to the end of the final scientific session of the 6th International Conference BMS Econ 2026, organized by the Departments of Anatomy, Physiology and Biochemistry, AVMC, under VMRF, deemed to be university. Over the past few days, we have witnessed a remarkable exchange of knowledge, insightful discussions, and inspiring presentations that have truly enriched all of us academically and professionally. I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, chairpersons, and participants for their valuable contributions and active involvement, which have made these scientific sessions a grand success. As we conclude the scientific proceedings, we carry forward not just knowledge, but also inspiration and renewed enthusiasm for our respective fields. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching journey. Let's take a break for lunch, and I request the participants to join the scientific presentations at 2 p.m. through the link that has been shared to you by the respective departments. I also request the respected speakers, chairpersons, and judges and participants to kindly join the valedictory ceremony at 3:30 p.m. in the same platform. Thank you all once again.
We are closing this meeting for now. Thank you.